Being outdoors is essential to my lifestyle. I feel much more at peace when I'm outdoors than when I am cooped up inside. When I started surfing here, I didn't know there were waves here at all. So to find out that it's world class on the East Coast, you just have to know where to go. I never took any lessons. I kind of just paddled out and figured it out. Now everything is dictated by the ocean, so I can't live inland anymore. Last year I surfed 160 days out of the year, and so that's almost half the year in the water on a board. The New England surf scene is pretty underground. A lot of people come to the beach when it's sunny and warm out, and a lot of the times we're surfing when it's gross and cold out. So a lot of people don't realize there's surf here, but there's definitely a tight group of people. Everyone seems to have their little groups of friends. Depending where you're surfing, you'll see the same people in the water. And for the most part, everyone's pretty friendly. It's really nice to have at least somebody else you know in the water, because it takes your mind off how cold it is when you're hanging out and being silly in the water. Here in New England, the ocean ranges in temperature from 65, 70 down to 30-ish degrees in the winter. Big storms either bring rain or snow. A lot of times the best waves are during snowstorms or immediately after. It's a completely different feeling to be surfing in the snow as opposed to everyone's ideal of surfing, which is bright, sunny, and warm, but it's pretty cold here most of the year. The way I feel in the ocean is mostly peaceful. It's a very calming thing to just be in the ocean. When I catch a really good wave, it's a pretty undescribable feeling. There's that element of just feeling like you're one with the wave when you get a really good ride. The more I surf, the more I realize that's okay, that we don't all have to follow the same pattern in society. It's not for everybody. Some people think we're absolutely nuts, and yeah, we may be, but a lot of it is challenging yourself and seeing what kind of conditions you can survive in and thrive in. When you score good surf, you're stoked.
If you want to see more from Seeker Stories, click here to check out our video on mountain unicycling.
I like to pursue it for sport. We started trail riding, so once you get the hang of riding on the road, it gets monotonous. You get on the trail, and it's just so much more satisfying.
Thanks for watching, and be sure to subscribe. Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12CR1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, Ms. Brady, Mr. King, Ms. Higgs, and Ms. Spengler, and the people are represented by Mr. Brockler, Mr. Orman, Ms. Pearson, Mr. Essen, and Ms. Tish McGuire. And we are, oh, Ms. Nelson's here too, sorry, I missed you. Oh, okay. Ms. Nelson was under the table, but she is here. And Mr. Orman is standing up.
May I speak to the court briefly, Your Honor?
You may.
At some point in the future, maybe tomorrow, depending on how long cross-examination goes, if not tomorrow, next week, we are going to seek to admit some emails from the defendant's University of Colorado email accounts. I discussed this with counsel. I expect there will be an objection to some, if not all, of the emails. We may have a specific objection to particular emails. And I think the procedure we've utilized in the past is to give the court a copy of the anticipated exhibit so that in the event there is an objection, the court can be familiar with it. So I would like to present that to the court, not as an exhibit, but but simply so that when we reach that point, either tomorrow or next week, the court will have it and know it.
All right, is that okay with the defense? Okay, you may approach. Do you want me to review all of them, or do you know the specific ones that there's an objection to?
I think.
All right, well, let me know which ones, when you figure out which ones you're going to object to, let me know so that I can focus on those, okay? Okay, thank you. All right, anything else, Mr. Orman or Mr. Brockler?
Yes, Your Honor. What I'd like to do this morning, we're going to have Dr. Reed come up and just lay the quick foundation for the admission of that last video. There are also the 13 redacted clips that were part of the court's order for 264A, I believe. We have those broken out in 13 separate DVDs. I don't think they're admissible now, but some of them may be at sentencing if we are to get there. And what I'd like to do is to lay the foundation for those. I spoke with Mr. King, and I think we're in agreement that this portion of the redactions discussion ought to take place outside the presence of the jury. I also heard from Miss Brady, who said she would let the court know that she would oppose me trying to lay the foundation outside the presence of the jury, which would thus necessitate us at some future date potentially bringing Dr. Reed back up from Texas to merely lay the foundation for those 13 redactions.
Judge, just so that we're clear, I'm deferring to Ms. Brady on this issue.
Okay, Ms. Brady.
Judge, I just don't see how they can lay a foundation outside the presence of the jury. The jury has the right to hear the foundation for the piece of evidence they may be hearing. So we object to those clips being played at sentencing to begin with. We object to the foundation being laid outside the presence of the jury. And if they're going to play the clips, we have a right to cross-examine Dr. Reed on those clips. So we object.
Well, Ms. Brady brings up a good point, cross-examination. They do have a right to cross-examine him on those clips. So if you're going to play those clips, I think they have the right to ask questions about them. I was inclined to grant your request, Mr. Brockler, but Ms. Brady's right. They have a right to question him about it. So I think the best way to do it, and frankly the only way to do it, is to have him here for sentencing if you want to play those clips.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Orman?
I'm just going to go talk to Dr. Reed for a second.
Oh, okay, thank you. I thought you were going to disagree with Mr. Brockler. Okay, all right. All right, is there anything else we need to talk about at this time?
The people you're on.
All right. And so, Mr. Brockler, you're anticipating that you would have Dr. Reed take the witness stand shortly this morning, only to lay the foundation for the next disc and then play that next disc, which is about 3 hours and 15 minutes long, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and then we'll take our lunch break, and then you can do your final questioning of Dr. Reed, and then we can proceed with Mr. King's cross-examination at that point.
Yes, Your Honor. For scheduling purposes, a couple things. One, I've conferred with Mr. King, and he's indicated, and I think this makes sense, that he's likely to go over the rest of the day with his cross into tomorrow. But in terms of logistically planning for Friday, we don't think that at this point, we don't think that the rest of Dr. Reed would take through more than the morning of tomorrow. And so we'll plan accordingly. I think the other part of this is the court's going to want to build in breaks this morning, and if the court would let me know when it wants to, I'll try to figure out when to cut out with Ms. Huntsman.
Let's take a break at about 10 after 10 if we can, okay? And then we'll take a break between 10 after 10 and 10:30, and then we'll see where we are at that point. Anything from the defense, Mr. King or Ms. Nelson?
Your Honor, I would just like to ask for leave of court to file just a written proffer of the clarifications that I wanted to make to the record yesterday that I was prevented from doing so in open court.
That request is denied. You asked me to supplement the record, and I allowed you to supplement the record. After you supplemented the record, I then ruled. Once I ruled, then you said you wanted to clarify what you had said before. I don't need clarification. I understood what you were saying. The way it works is the lawyers make arguments, and then the court makes a ruling. And once the court makes a ruling, it's done. It's over. I gave you the chance to argue. You argued. I ruled. We have to move on.
I understand, Your Honor. This is more for the appellate courts, frankly, and for purposes of the appellate record. So if the court's denying me the opportunity to do that, I understand and respect the court's ruling. I would just ask that we submit this as a tendered and rejected pleading. We can give it a court's exhibit number, or I actually have it already marked as D289. Like to be in the record even if it's been rejected by the court.
Let me make sure I understand correctly. You're asking permission to clarify what you said yesterday, is that right?
I'm asking for permission to file a written proffer of what I would have said had I been permitted to clarify.
Right. But when you're requesting to clarify, you're asking to clarify what you said yesterday, is that right?
No, I'm asking to clarify. When the court made its ruling, there were some statements that the court made that, in my assessment of the record, are not an accurate representation of the record and the litigation that we've engaged in. And I wanted to make that clear. This is a very, very important issue. It's probably the most important legal issue in this case. And if an appellate court is reviewing the record someday, I want to make sure, as counsel for Mr. Holmes in this capital case, that I've done everything that I can to make sure that I have made clear what the record is. I'm not asking the court to revisit its ruling. I'm not asking to further engage with the court on this issue. I just am asking for permission to file a written proffer of the clarifications that I asked to make yesterday and was denied the opportunity to do so.
I'm not understanding you. I mean, either you're asking to clarify what you said, in which case I don't need clarification, or you're asking to clarify something else.
I'm asking to clarify some things that the court stated about the litigation that we have engaged in pre-trial with respect to some of the other experts in the case, for one.
Yeah, thank you. But I don't need clarification about what the court said.
I understand. I just would request that we mark it as a court's exhibit as a tendered and rejected pleading then, Your Honor.
That request is denied. All right, let's move on. Anything else on behalf of the defense at this time? No? I'll take that as a no. Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. Miss Caroline, can you help her with that foot stand? Yes. Good morning, members of the jury. I see we're having issues with the foot stands this morning. I hope you had a good evening. Thank you for coming back today and for being on time. As you may recall, at the end of the day yesterday, the prosecution was still direct examining Dr. Reed. It's my understanding that the prosecution is ready to proceed with the direct examination of Dr. Reed. So, Dr. Reed, I'll ask you to take the witness stand again, please. And I will remind you that you're still under oath. And I will remind the jury that the court has admitted the testimony of Dr. Reed only for a limited purpose. You may consider this testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. With that, Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I just want to say we're missing one lavalier. I think we're using one to try to make the sound more appreciable, but I thought there might be one more. Sorry to interrupt with that. Doctor, I want to approach with the court's permission to show you two DVDs. One is marked People's Exhibit 1011. The other one's marked the same, but it has that same seal on it that we talked about. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
you recognize what those are?
Yes, I do.
The DVD with the office seal on it, is that the DVD that you reviewed in detail from start to stop?
Yes.
The other DVD that also bears your signature, but not the office seal on it, does that DVD, within the context of the court's orders with the enhanced sound, presumably, also accurately reflect the recording that you watched in detail on People's Exhibit 1011?
Yes, it does.
Is this the very last video that we have?
It's the last video of my examinations, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission and publication of the enhanced version of People's Exhibit 1011 and ask that the court mark the one with the seal on it as a court exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. King?
No, not any additional objection, Judge. No.
All right. Without any additional objection and based on my previous rulings, People's Exhibit P-TR-1011, was it? 1011 is admitted and may be published. And Doctor, you may step down again if you wish. Members of the jury, I remind you that the defendant's statements and this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. And I mentioned to you the other day that when I referred to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, I mean issues related to two questions. Number one, whether the defendant was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the act as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act. And the word wrong refers to moral wrong as measured by societal standards of morality. Number two, whether the defendant suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented him from forming a culpable mental state that is an element of a crime charged. And as you know, there are two culpable mental states that are elements of the crime charged, the crimes charged in this case, after deliberation and with intent and knowingly. And I've given you the definitions of those culpable mental states before, and I'll be giving them to you again later. You shall not consider the defendant's statements on this video recording for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed on this video recording for the truth of their content or for any other purpose. With that, you may proceed with the publication of People's Exhibit P-TR-1011. And I'm going to
Okay, I think we're running. You remember everything? There's a video camera there. We're going to tape. Don't work for the judge. Yep. Don't work for either side. The two sides may see the video, the report, things like that, right? Okay. How was it last night? Did you sleep okay? Yeah. Reasonable dinner. Tacos. Yeah. Is there a regular menu rotation so you can kind of? No, they don't give us the menus, and it's usually different. So it's not like Friday is pork chop day or something. Right. They don't have Italian night or whatever. Okay. Any thoughts about the things we talked about yesterday? Nope. Things that I may have missed or misunderstood or that you wanted to add? No. Today, I suspect that we will work long enough so that we don't take a lunch break. Okay. It's not going to go 6 or 7 hours the way Dr. Gerd did, but I suspect we'll go for 3 hours or so. We'll take a break to change the media and the camera, and then maybe go another hour or so. That'll probably be it. were some things that I've kind of marked in the notes of our previous talk at Cynthia, and a couple of other things that have kind of jumped around a little bit. You said too, you may not have said it directly to him, but Dr. Messner has noted some things about what you described as trying to physically and mentally differentiate yourself from your normal self. Does that ring a bell?
I think when you asked about the photos, I said I was trying to differentiate myself from my normal.
Okay, the dye here, that makes sense based on what I have here. You apparently used the phrase that you were making sure that you were distinct, quote, from my crazy self. Can you tell me what the context of that is in terms of the photos and the dye here?
I'm not sure the context.
You're talking about protecting your normal self because, quote, the other me did everything. So this protection works because I can blame it on the possessed James.
Alright, so the contact lenses I have were called possession lenses.
That was their brand name or their model.
Just their characterization.
Characterization of it. Was that like in the way you would order them? They are possession lenses.
Yeah, they call them
a phrase that you get to.
No, they call them possession lenses.
Gotcha. About the phrase "I can blame it," I think we're referring to the killing. I can blame it on the possessed James.
So I can kind of transfer the blame to this kind of crazy self with me.
I think you're referring to the way that you were thinking before the event, around the time you were creating that book and things like that. Is that your understanding too?
Yeah, it's
You haven't used the word very much with me, but you did with Dr. Messner, I think. No, you did with Garkey and some texts. The word evil.
I said it was inherently evil.
Where does your concept of evil fit in all this?
Well, killing people is considered evil.
Considered evil by
everyone.
Everyone to include you or not?
I'm not sure.
Think about it real for me. You said everyone considers killing to be evil.
Right, sometimes it's necessity, like in war.
Right. I think we're referring to killings such as considered equal? That's not a very clear question. How much weight should we give to your simply saying, I don't think it was equal?
That's up to the person to decide.
I'm sorry?
That's up to the person to decide.
Up to the person who's saying that. It's up to you to decide whether it's equal or not.
Oh, it's up to whoever's trying to figure it out.
One of the things that you said to Garvey in the interaction, I think it was back in late March of 2012, was that what you feel like doing is evil. That is the acts. What I feel like doing is evil. So I can't do that. And you were referring to, in your words, kill people, of course. At that time, at least what you said to Garvey was what you were contemplating doing was evil.
It's considered evil by society.
But you said to her that it's not just considered evil, you said it is evil. And I'm wondering, there's a lot of reasons that you might have said that to her. Is that the way you felt about it? When you said it, as far as you can remember?
I guess so.
It was a long time ago, and it was in a particular context, I understand that. Yeah. You referred several times to life in one way or another being meaningless or not having meaning. Saying that in one way or another in your writings, things like that. Is that fair to say?
Right, I couldn't find a meaning to life.
Okay. Do you still feel that way?
Oh, yeah.
When you were texting to Garvey, you said, if there's a meaning to life, and you take that away from other people, you have prevented their purpose. So you're making it conditional, if there's a meaning to life. But it sounds like, at least in that interchange, you're considering that there might be a meaning, and taking it away from other people prevents their purpose. Does that make sense? Yeah, I misunderstand.
That makes sense.
Okay. You say a little further down that if you take away their purpose, quote, it still makes my life more meaningful.
Sorry, it's kind of back to that value system.
Okay. And, okay, that helps. Because you haven't really clarified what the meaning might be, but one of the things, correct me if I'm wrong, is the value system, the human capital value. Right. You talk about that. And you kind of look at me like a deer in headlights. I don't know whether you're following or whether I'm being clear or not. Can you help me out with that?
Well, if they have a purpose, you kind of absorb that purpose when you kill them.
And do you think, sitting here today, do you think they have a purpose?
I don't know what the purpose is.
Do you think they have a purpose?
I'd say no.
As you were thinking about it 2 or 3 years ago, so far as you recall, at that time, did you think they had a purpose? Even if you didn't know what it was?
Could be. I don't remember though.
Fair enough. By the way, we gotta take a close question.
Okay.
Is there any other context in which killing people might be evil except it's just against the law? The other person doesn't want to die. And what would that have to do with it being evil? If you're going against somebody's wishes. I can think of situations where one might go against somebody else's wishes and it wouldn't be evil. Right. So in case by case work, but my boss forces me to go to work. Go ahead. It's on a case by case basis.
Jesus, again.
Bicycles have... Actually, purpose, does that make sense? Yeah. Misunderstanding. That makes sense. Okay. You say a little further down that if you take away their purpose, quote, it still makes my life more meaningful. So it's kind of back to that value system. Okay. And, okay, that helps. Because you haven't really clarified what the meaning might be, but one of the things, correct me if I'm wrong, is the value system, the human capital value. Right. You're talking about that. And you're kind of looking at me like a deer in headlights, and I don't know whether you're following or whether I'm being clear or not. Can you help me out
purpose. You kind of absorb that purpose when you kill them.
Do you think, sitting here today, do you think they have a purpose?
I don't know what the purpose is.
Do you think they have a purpose?
I'd say no.
As you were thinking about it 2 or 3 years ago, so far as you recall, at that time, did you think they had a purpose? Even if you didn't know what it was?
Could be. I don't remember though.
Fair. By the way, we're going to take the post question.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I keep kicking you down. That's the second time I've done that. Coming back to the word evil. You referred at least once with Dr. Mester that you thought killing people at the time was evil because it was against the law. Do you remember that? Is that? Is there any other context in which killing people might be evil except it's just against the law?
If the other person doesn't want to die.
And what would that have to do with it being evil?
Just going against somebody's wishes.
I can think of situations where one might go against somebody else's wishes and it wouldn't be evil.
Right.
So I don't case by case work that my boss forced me to go to work. Go ahead.
It's on a case by case basis.
Talk to me about morally evil. Killing people in the context that we're talking about today. Talk to me about morally evil.
What's there to talk about?
What comes to mind?
Something that's against law. If you do it, then it's morally evil.
I'm sorry.
And if you do it, it's morally evil.
That's kind of circular. Well, what? You talked yesterday about your view of morals in one way, moral relativism.
Right.
That is, what's moral is what you think is moral, and what's immoral is what you think is immoral. I'm paraphrasing that.
Pretty much so.
Okay. I guess I'm going back to killing people in the way you did. Can you talk to me about it in the context of evil? Or does that simply not apply?
No, because it wasn't malicious.
Is that malicious? What was other adjectives besides malicious? I think you use the word necessary. Didn't matter. Okay. We spent lots of time preparing, lots of time thinking about it, in one way or another. Does it make sense that other people might think about it in terms of morals? Or evil or bad thinkers? Would they be accurate in thinking about it in terms of morals or evil or bad?
It's all subjective in their opinion.
Your report is simply not something that came to mind. You did think about whether or not children would be killed, though. Did you think about that beforehand or just afterward?
Beforehand, so they chose a time that I guess it was PG-13 and stuff.
So that was some level of consideration of what was right to do and what wasn't right to do in your mind, is that so?
I think it's wrong to kill children.
So you were considering at least one thing having to do with right and wrong. That had to do with children. You wanted to leave them out of the equation. Right. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
I did ask you this some time ago. If you kill children, do you still get a point for that death?
Yeah, because their lives are valuable too.
Do you get any more for killing a child because of perhaps the increased potential or something like that?
Not by the system I live in.
But you get credit, if you will, for killing them. But they're the only group of people that you've mentioned so far, anyway, for which, in the balance of whether they get the point and whether they matter enough for you not to want to kill them. Is that fair to say?
Right.
Is there any other group of folks that, in some way or other, matters? Maybe with regard to right and wrong, or moral thought, matters enough that you would not or would not want to kill them to get their point?
No.
Any particular cutoff for when the child becomes grown up enough to kill?
I'd say 12.
Well, okay. What are you thinking like that? Do you think 2.5 years ago, or is that something that you kind of rested over? all of them, or a few of them, or maybe one or two. Go back in from there.
At least a couple, because some said they were on match, and that they have a match with me or whatever.
So some specifically mentioned that.
Yeah.
Do you know how long, and you may not know this, how long your profile stayed up on those sites or on Dolphin?
I know they took them down. I don't know when. Maybe it was up a week. A week since this year. It was up for a while beforehand too.
One that was up beforehand, it would have been an email sent to you, sent to your mailbox at the service, rather than something posted to the jail. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't remember getting any email.
How many of those services did you try and join?
Match.com and the friend finder.
There was an indication that you canceled your subscription. It may not have been to Adult Friend Finder. You canceled at least one of your internet subscriptions that had to do with whether you were there.
Yeah, I think it was XXXmatch.com.
Okay. So that was another kind of match deal. It was a little more
Another dating site.
Was it a little more sexually oriented than XXX?
Yeah, I think so.
Did you get any responses from that? XXXmatch.com.
Yeah, but I think they were fake from the employers to try and get you to buy more services.
How did they do that?
Well, they just post a fake profile and then contact you. So, hey, let's hang out for a little.
So the stuff that they would send get pretty explicit, or would it be, hey, let's go have coffee?
No, it wasn't too raunchy. Sorry, it wasn't too raunchy.
Okay. You said to Dr. Messner at some point that one of the things you couldn't talk to Dr. Fenton about was that you were buying weapons and that you thought you were crazy because killing people is crazy. You remember that general?
Yeah.
And that I wanted to be locked up.
Right, part of me didn't want to do a transition.
I think we talked about that a fair amount, about what part of you wanted to be stopped or controlled or locked up. What part of you didn't.
Right, yeah.
I asked yesterday a little bit, and I'll just kind of recap it. We've generally described those as two parts of the same person, kind of wrestling inside, and not as two separate people.
Right, it was still one me.
And you were aware of both those parts of you.
Yeah, I think so.
We talked a fair amount about your thoughts that In order for you, for what you said, in order for you to have a likelihood of not committing suicide, then you were willing to kill multiple other people to get that chance. That's what I mean by trading other people's lives for yours.
Yeah, it's part of what I did.
I'm sorry?
It's part of what I did.
Okay. Tell me about the rightness or wrongness or morality or logic of that. I guess I'm thinking about moral logic, whatever that is to you.
Just that it was necessary to do what was in my best interest.
If it's in my best interest to kill people in order to have a chance at feeling better, not guarantee you a chance, does that seem okay or not? Where does that fit in the moral scheme of things?
Well, it's against the law.
Okay, we talked about being against the law. You're pretty aware of that. But I'm really talking a little deeper than that.
I guess it would be selfish if you did that.
Selfish is one word. Anything. Actually, it seems real selfish to me.
Yeah, real quick.
It almost sounds, I'm not saying it's the same, but like I want a thrill, and killing you will give me a thrill. So it's okay to kill you in my mind. I know you didn't kill for the thrill of it. Yeah, it sounds like you killed for the thrill of it.
No.
But it sounds like there's something I want, and it's okay for me to kill you because I want it.
I'd say it's more than something I need.
Okay.
As opposed to want.
There's the killings. You've not given me any indication that prior to the killings, you ever considered killing other people just because you needed something they had, except for this, the planning for this event. You've not struck me as that selfish, except in this instance.
Okay.
Does that make sense, or it's kind of a vague statement, I guess?
No, it seemed to make sense.
At another point, when one of the notes I have in the margin of that is a question mark. Trading other people's lives for his. At the time, did that sound like a reasonable trade?
Yes.
Does it still sound like a reasonable trade?
Yeah.
Take that a step further, if I may. You've indicated to various folks that you thought there was a maybe 50-50 chance that killing the other people, would make you feel better, would alleviate your depression, maybe a 50-50 chance. Did you feel like it was is it okay to kill other people for a 50-50 chance to feel good?
There's no other option.
What other options might there have been?
If therapy worked.
Sorry?
If therapy worked.
Was the therapy working?
No.
You said several times that you did feel less anxious.
It wasn't working in regards to the depression.
How many times have you gone to the psychiatrist?
5 to 10 times, I think. of a misunderstanding that they didn't know I was depressed, but I thought they knew I was depressed.
Did you tell them that you were depressed?
No, what happened was I got the search going and I looked it up online and saw that it was for depression. So I thought they were treating me for depression.
To be fair, you weren't telling them everything.
Yeah, I felt that.
You hoped that the treatment with him would give you an alternative. Is that fair to say? I think that's kind of what you just said.
Yeah.
Why would it have been helpful to have an alternative? Here's what I'm thinking as I asked them. If there's not much that's morally wrong with killing other people for this purpose, to make yourself feel better, or to bring yourself more value, why would you bother to hope that might be able to change that?
Because if she could cure me, then I wouldn't need to be isolated in jail for a year.
You jumped from the wish to kill people to isolation in jail. That's taking my thoughts to isolation in jail, the wish to be isolated in jail, being a reason for killing.
Yes, be isolated.
I'm sorry.
To be isolated, not necessarily in jail.
But as we've said, I think many times, the very predictable end result, consequence of this treatment plan
Is being incarcerated.
is being incarcerated, is being dead or being incarcerated.
Right.
As you said, the chances of simply escaping were pretty very slim.
Right.
Here's again. I'll talk with you about the phrase dysphoric mania again. Dysphoric mania. I don't think you ever brought that up with Dr. Finn. I don't see the notes. I don't recall seeing the notes. But you described that as one of the things that you're pretty sure was present during that period for a long time. Tell me again what dysphoric mania was to you, what it felt.
Well, that goes back to the feelings of hyperspeed and invincibility. It was like the manic symptoms. But all the while I was still depressed, so it was dysphoric instead of euphoric.
About how long was it that you had those periods of what you're referring to as the dysphoric mania? I understand they came and went. So I think you said 2 or 4 times a week. Is that right?
It sounds right.
Over what period of time did you have those episodes?
I think until I started antidepressants for anxiety, and then it was only depression and not mania anymore.
Because if I understand you right, it started with the prescribing of the antidepressants and handing to them.
No, it ended.
It ended with that. Okay, so that's about where it ended. And roughly when did it stop?
Actually, it started at the advent of the anxiety. I think the medication caused me to go manic sometimes.
I think the medication caused you to go manic. Or it had dysphoric weapons.
Yeah.
Recall you're saying that it stayed roughly the same for a period. When did it end, if it did?
I don't think I'm manic anymore, but I'm not sure what time it is.
Did it continue until the shooting?
I'm not sure.
Any questions about the stuff we just talked about here in this page?
No.
Reminded that pretty much everything you talked about with that Finn, you all talked about the mission has to do with helping you to not be depressed or suicidal and bringing the value of other people to you, which also would help you to feel better.
Right.
And there's little or no mention of the nature of that kind of business that we talked about a bit, unless I ask for it, unless I specifically ask about it. Everything in the record for several months after the shooting refers to a benefit to you in terms of not being depressed anymore, not being suicidal, and or having the value of the people that you kill.
Right. I think I was manic when I wrote the hatred part.
You have talked to several people about the hatred part at other times in your life. What was you talking about when you wrote the hatred part in your notebook?
No, I didn't generally share it. I think I said it to Ben once.
I think you're right. I'd like to go down through some questions I had about the time we spent together, etc. And again, we'll skip around quite a lot. We talked a lot about your relationship with your family, about your family supporting you while you're here. At one point, you said that one reason that you'd like to stay alive is because it would hurt your family if you were dead. Yeah. Other times when you get kind of emotional thinking about your family, mother, dad, sister. No, not really. Not even thinking about yourself. This hour at night. No. I think you mentioned that occasionally you get a tear in your eye. I've not seen you come close to tears. Always unusual, but we talked about some very emotional subjects sometimes.
I guess closer to the incident, I was more emotional. No, not about the incident. Just closer to the incident, I was more emotional towards my family, that they cared about me and stuff.
You say close to the incident, maybe close after the incident.
Yes, that part.
Okay. What do you make of it not being, the closeness not being so emotional? Yeah.
Well, it's kind of accepted the way things are.
I think I asked you yesterday how much you look forward to hearing from your folks, your mom and your dad. Let me ask you again. How much do you look forward to it? Think about it. Versus, a letter appeared and my lawyers gave it to me.
No, I'm happy when they send me letters.
Do you think about their sending you letters before you get the letter? Let us look forward to it. If they miss a week, or if the letter's a bit late, does that trouble you?
No, it's kind of an erratic schedule because they don't. My lawyers don't bring them every week. So they might bring 2 or 3 on a certain day.
We know that Chris doesn't write to you. Would you like for her to write to you? Would you prefer it for her?
Well, my mom usually writes when my sister's up to anyway.
Would you like for Chris to write to you? Would you prefer it to her?
Doesn't matter if she writes or not.
That sort of sounds like she doesn't matter. How she thinks about me doesn't matter. Whether I'm in her mind doesn't matter. Whether I'm in her thoughts doesn't matter. Is that close or not close?
Not close.
Can you talk to me about how that's not close? Because you use the phrase, it doesn't matter whether she writes or not.
Right, because they don't love me anyway.
Okay. And you said that before. You told that, but okay. If I know someone loves me, whether they write to me or not, I still like to hear from them. Prefer to hear from them versus not hear from them.
Or if I had a choice, I would want to hear from her.
With the choice you want. Okay. Did your family take many pictures or videos when you guys went places like the trip to Lake Tahoe, things like that?
I'm not sure. I wasn't the one taking the pictures.
So that is an interesting thing because I had to ask your folks for photos like that. That's what I was referring to, but you raised another point. Did you ever take pictures of some of your phone? I took some because we've seen the contents of your phone. How much did you want to remember events with friends or family?
I didn't take that many. Maybe 10.
Do you think about those events now? Do you enjoy remembering them, or is it not particularly important to you? vacations, good times with family, good times with friends. Yeah. The pictures aren't important, it's what they represent what's important. Do you think about what they represent very much? Good times with family, good times with friends. It's a fond memory. How much do those memories come up in your mind? Maybe once a day. And when they come up, how do they feel? How do you feel? Reminiscent. Can you expand on that a little bit? How did you feel when those fond memories come up? That those were happy times in my life. How else does it make you feel that those were happy times? It also makes me remorseful that I won't have any fond memories either. So you anticipate not having, I think you said, any new fond memories. Oh, yes. Sounds a little sad. Sounds very sad, actually. Yeah. Let you tear up a little when you're by yourself. Think about that, those fond memories. I used to not anymore. You mentioned medication that you were prescribed with the anxiety medication. I saw a note, or actually, my assistant typed that you had taken Xanax, and I don't recall you mentioning Xanax. I don't recall you. Okay, I think it was a typo on her part, or mishearing something. I think Zantac. Zantac, that's where she was. Or indigestion. Gotcha. That explains it. Thank you. We talked a little bit at one point about the reason or reasons that you stopped shooting and left the theater. Can you reiterate for me a bit? Why did you stop? I felt that I shot enough people. The other was the weapon jamming. Those are the two things that I recall as well. The weapon jamming, and you couldn't jam it easily. Right. And you felt that you'd shot enough people. Although you still had a handgun and many rounds. Right. Did you feel that you were in danger? No. Okay. So that wasn't part of the reason that you left at that point? No. Do you remember how you left the process that you went through when you said, in one way or another, I'm going to leave now? What happened? I just walked out the emergency exit. You walked. At some point you were up the aisle toward the entrance. Right. Under one of the lines. That's where I walked from. I guess it was a fairly long walk. Not really. Down to the entrance of the auditorium, give or take, or not. It didn't seem very long. Okay. You walked toward the exit. Walk fast, walk slowly. Give me some adjectives or adverbs about how you walked. Just the normal walking pace.
I looked back at the theater seats. No one was sitting in them. They were all crouched down behind the seats.
As you walked out and looked around, did you think that someone might be dangerous to you, rushing you, or shooting at you, or anything like that? Or were you just moseying out of the theater?
I was just walking out of the theater.
I remember you mentioned looking back, and there was a guy in the front row smiling.
Right, yeah.
Any other thoughts about his smiling?
I don't know why he was smiling.
Do you think he might have been grimacing rather than smiling?
No, I'm pretty positive he would have smiled.
So you don't think he was grimacing because he was hurt?
No, he wasn't like holding his leg or arm or anything. That would suggest that.
Was he sitting in the seat, or crouching, or hunkering down behind it?
He was sitting in front of his seat.
So he was quite exposed.
Because he was in the front row too.
Do you recall whether he was sitting on his seat or
He wasn't on the seat. No, nobody was on their seat.
at the end? Do you understand that he was on the floor in front of the seat?
Right.
Can you describe how he was sitting?
Just with his legs to the side, kind of leaning against the seat.
What makes you think that he wasn't wounded?
He wasn't. It didn't look like he was in pain at all.
That he was pretty exposed?
Right. Yeah.
Did you think about shooting him?
No.
What do you make of that?
That probably would have been really personal to shoot a person who's smiling at you.
So from the time you started walking, did you fire at all on your way?
No.
Did you have your handgun out, or?
I had the assault rifle and I was trying to put a magazine in it.
Was the handgun in your hand as you walked into your weapon?
No, it was in my belt.
Your gun. As you walked out, thinking down the aisle, there's kind of a curtain that creates the exit aisle, am I right?
I'm not sure what you mean.
As you go behind the screen,
I never went behind the screen. There's a space behind the screen where they thought somebody might be hiding there, so they cut it down.
okay, but the door, the exit door, is it the same plane as the screen, or behind the plane of the screen?
Behind the bit.
And that's kind of what I meant. Is there some sort of...
It wasn't like an obstacle.
Did you see anybody in front of you as you walked out?
No.
But I think you said you observed some people going out that way.
Yeah, there were 4 people carrying one guy.
Any idea what happened to that guy or those 4 people?
There were so many. I'm sorry. There were so many injured. I don't know.
Did you notice blood outside the door as you left?
Yeah, there were blood smears.
Did you think anything about that blood and what it might have been due to?
Well, the guy they carried out got shot.
Does that raise any thoughts about what happened to it? What was going to happen?
I thought he would be taken for medical assistance.
But when you got outside, as I understand it, at some point fairly soon you saw 2 officers facing away from. They looked at you and then they walked away from you. Is that right?
Oh, yeah. because I think they thought I was a SWAT or a policeman.
Okay, that's my understanding too. You're walking away. You have a handgun.
Right.
And correct me if I'm wrong. You thought about shooting them, but did not shoot them. Or is that not quite right?
No, that's pretty accurate.
Tell me about the reasoning at that point. In which you didn't shoot it.
Well, I considered the mission over. So by that point,
Did you consider that it might be dangerous to shoot it?
yeah, I also didn't want to get shot back.
So, but one of the factors was you considered the mission over.
Right.
How did it feel to consider the mission over? Do you remember the feeling, the visceral feeling, anything like that?
Relief.
Tell me more of it.
When I was finally done doing the shooting.
You used a phrase in another context that you had accomplished your mission. Was that a figure at that time, or did that come later?
I'm not sure.
At what point did you take the handgun out and put it on top of the car?
Once I saw the tracks of the two police officers.
Just to clarify my own thoughts and not overthink something. You took the handgun out and put it on top of the car. Was there a point at which you thought about shooting them and decided not to? Or did you never, as far as you recall, think about shooting them?
Well, I figured if they shot at me, then I would have easy access to the handgun to shoot them back. But otherwise, I didn't think about shooting them.
You talked about having trouble studying, trouble focusing on your studies in January, February of 2012. And when we talked, you attributed that to being depressed. Do you recall that conversation or that thought?
No, not really.
What I was asking myself was, might your difficulty focusing on the studies in January, February have had to do with your monitor drills?
I was pretty sick.
How long were you pretty sick with that?
2-3 months.
And over the 2 or 3 months, that would be January, February, March, or
December, January.
December, January, February. When you said pretty sick, can you describe again for me how you were sick?
Fatigued, coughing, and having a sore throat.
Were there very many days when you couldn't go or didn't go to class or lab?
No, I still went to every class and every lab.
Every class and every lab. We're going to take our morning break anyway, so let's go ahead and do that. Please remember that all the advisements I've been giving you throughout the trial in terms of your conduct when you're not in the courtroom apply during the break. Enjoy the break, and I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you.
seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom at this time. Let me just address one last time the conversation that we had before the jury came in. I've been on this case for over 2 years now. I want you to try your case. I have given both sides a chance to make their arguments, make objections, make their record whenever they want, and I will always do that. I will not interfere with your ability to do that. Yesterday, Ms. Nelson spoke for over 5 minutes. I interjected at one point and asked questions, and we had a dialogue. After that, she said, Judge, I need to supplement my record. And she said it very respectfully. And I said, I think you've made your record. Is there anything else that you need to add? And then she said yes. And I allowed her an opportunity to supplement the record. And she finished making her record. At that point, I turned it to the prosecution and said, do you have a response? The prosecution responded. After the prosecution's response, I ruled on the objections and the arguments that Ms. Nelson had raised. Once the court rules, we move on. It's improper for an attorney to then say, Judge, can I clarify what the court just said? I'm the only one who can clarify what I said. I'm the one who said it. An attorney cannot clarify for me what I meant or what I said. Now, if that means, can I correct what the court said? That's improper. That's an argument for appeal. That's an argument for later. I heard the argument. I ruled. An attorney doesn't get to say to the court, can I correct the court? Or can I clarify what the court meant? To the extent that was a request to clarify what the court said, it's improper. To the extent that it was a request to correct the court, that's improper. To the extent, finally, that it was an opportunity or a request to disagree with the court, that too is improper. We have to move on. If I allow attorneys after my rulings to say, Judge, can I clarify what you just said, or can I correct what you just said, or can I disagree with what you just said, this would be never ending. It would be never ending. I mean, imagine all the objections and arguments that have been made in this case over 2 years. This would take decades, even longer, because after every ruling, an attorney would want to disagree or correct me or clarify what I meant. And after each attorney does that, I would have to address that argument. And then after I address that argument, the attorney could say, Judge, can I clarify that now, or can I correct that? And it would be never ending. So the way it works is attorneys have an opportunity to make arguments, make records, and once they've done that, I rule. And once I rule, we move on. It's that simple. And attorneys have to respect and accept my rulings. That's the way it works. All right, the court will be in recess. Thank you.
During the week, I do a lot of city running in the morning before work with friends. On the weekends is when I really get out to the trails. It just feels like a breath of fresh air.
I think trail runners are really more about the experience. They feel a really close connection to nature and these landscapes around us.
Running is a great time to just process things that you've been thinking about all day, and yeah, it's almost like a kind of mental therapy.
Running on the treadmill is impossible for me. I mean, I can go about 2 miles before my body just thinks it's bored and tired.
And it's not just about fitness and things like that. It's more about just connecting with the world at large, which you can't do quite in the same way when you're out on a city street or especially on a treadmill. It's really just about that connection.
I love trail running because it's fun whether it's solo or with friends, and usually it's not an organized group, but just a group of close friends that we decide the day before to get out there. And you don't need anything, you don't need any equipment, just go out anytime, and that's the beauty of it.
Running in the bay is super unique because you get a little bit of everything. So you can literally go across 5 or 6 dramatically different viewing landscapes on a 4-mile run.
I love just being able to get out and explore really long tracts of terrain on my own 2 feet.
You don't even have to run, just come out here and hike. These trails are so friendly and they're so forgiving, especially in the Marin Headlands. It's popular on the weekends. You can go with a group of friends and make it a social event if you want to, or you can just go by yourself and kind of like have your little therapy session.
Running out in the trails feels like adventure.
An ideal Saturday would be running with a group of friends because you have time to catch up. You can enjoy, beautiful scenery, and post-run the ritual is usually a beer or some kind of meal, which is always fun.
Appreciating nature is like really one part of it, but I feel like my moments out here at least are like good mental resets for my day-to-day life of working 9 to 5.
Running on trails, it's just, there's something about it. It's like you're out there and you find this flow with nature, and it's like you're kind of one just with the landscape, and that's why I love it. I feel like especially nowadays, we're just so busy and constantly, in environments where we just kind of lose touch with the beauty of the world around us. Just escaping to the trails, it provides me with just inspiration and just that special something that just keeps me going and keeps me motivated throughout life.
If you want to see more from Seeker Stories, click here to check out our video on mountain unicycle.
I like to pursue it for sport. We started trail riding, so once you get the hang of riding on the road, it gets monotonous. You get on the trail, and it's just so much more satisfying.
Thanks for watching, and be sure to subscribe.
Being outdoors is essential to my lifestyle. I feel much more at peace when I'm outdoors than when I am cooped up inside. When I started surfing here, I didn't know there were waves here at all. So to find out that it's world class on the East Coast, you just have to know where to go. I never took any lessons. I kind of just paddled out and figured it out. Now everything is dictated by the ocean, so I can't live inland anymore. Last year I surfed 160 days out of the year, and so that's almost half the year in the water on a board. The New England surf scene is pretty underground. A lot of people come to the beach when it's sunny and warm out, and a lot of the times we're surfing when it's gross and cold out. So a lot of people don't realize there's surf here, but there's definitely a tight group of people. Everyone seems to have their little groups of friends. Depending where you're surfing, you'll see the same people in the water. And for the most part, everyone's pretty friendly. It's really nice to have at least somebody else in the water, because it takes your mind off how cold it is when you're hanging out and being silly in the water. Here in New England, the ocean ranges in temperature from 65, 70 down to 30-ish degrees in the winter, big storms either bring rain or snow. A lot of times the best waves are during snowstorms or immediately after. It's a completely different feeling to be surfing in the snow as opposed to everyone's ideal of surfing, which is bright, sunny, and warm, but it's pretty cold here most of the year. The way I feel in the ocean is mostly peaceful. It's a very calming thing to just be in the ocean. When I catch a really good wave, it's a pretty undescribable feeling. There's that element of just feeling like you're one with the wave when you get a really good ride. The more I surf, the more I realize that's okay, that we don't all have to follow the same pattern in society. It's not for everybody. Some people think we're absolutely nuts, and yeah, we may be, but a lot of it is challenging yourself and seeing what kind of conditions you can survive in and thrive in. When you score good surf, you're stoked.
If you want to see more from Seeker Stories, click here to check out our video on mountain unicycling.
I like to pursue it for sport. We started trail riding. So once you get the hang of riding on the road, it gets monotonous. You get on the trail, and it's just so much more satisfying.
Thanks for watching, and be sure to subscribe.
Case number 12CR 1522, the record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. So it's 10:25. How much longer do you have on that disc, Mr. Brockler?
2 hours and 12 minutes, Your Honor.
I think that's a little long to go. So I think let's just break at 12, and then we'll play the rest of it after lunch.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And then, Mr. King, you can start your cross-examination after Mr. Brockler finishes whatever questioning he has in the afternoon.
Your Honor, and I, just for the record, I've given Mr. Brockler some DVDs which are clips of the video examination that I've extracted. That there's no change to the content at all. I've just selected out some 25 or so clips, which I may play with Dr. Reed or not. I'm not sure, but I provided them to him so he can take a look at them if he wishes to.
All right, thank you for doing that. All right, let's bring the jury in, please.
And just to clarify, Your Honor, on that, there are 32, it appears, separate discs.
Actually, they're not. There were 32, and I pulled some of them out. I think there are about 25 in there.
About 25?
I'm not quite sure.
All right. Mr. Rucker, are you still okay taking 1 hour for lunch, or are you asking for more time to look at those? It sounds like they're all from the videotape that we've been watching, right? Or the videotapes we've been watching, right?
They're all short clips between 20 seconds and a couple of 2-3 minutes that are taken directly from people's exhibit that's already been admitted and played in full, or will have been at the end of the direct examination. They're just clips, little clips taken from that for ease of use, Judge, so that we wouldn't have to try to find the location in the longer video. We can just put these in and show them to him very quickly, as opposed to trying to locate exactly where in the longer exhibit they are.
I appreciate you doing that. Mr. Brockler, are you still okay with 1 hour for lunch?
Yes, sir, I am. Frankly, I think that it would be impossible for them to come up with a clip from this exchange that we haven't seen. So, I trust Mr. King.
Okay, thank you. everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, folks. I'm told that there are about 2 hours and 12 minutes left on this video recording, and so what we're going to do is just go to until about 12 and take our lunch break at that point. Remember that today is a day when we're only taking 1 hour for lunch, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the exhibit after the lunch break. Before the prosecution resumes playing Exhibit P-TR-1011, let me remind you, folks, that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements, including questions made by Dr. Reed on this video recording, for the truth of their content or for any other purpose. All right, with that, Mr. Brockler, you may proceed with the playing of the next part of Exhibit P-TR-1011. And I'm going to dim the lights.
I'd like to talk to Mr. Butcher more about the thoughts that you were under surveillance when you were planning things, ordering weapons, and going to Byers County, etc. You used the phrase, one reason that you thought you were under surveillance was that you were going to commit a crime.
Right, I think if you're doing something illegal, you probably become more aware of police around you.
At the time, not as you think about it now, with perhaps a bit clearer head, at the time, do you think you were just hypersensitized because you were planning a crime, to use your word? Or do you think you were...
I think there was some paranoia.
And tell me what you mean by paranoia.
Imagining people were after me when they weren't.
Imagining means to me sort of a thought about something. Somewhere out on maybe the sex spectrum, there's the deep, true belief that they're after you or watching you. Can you pinpoint a little bit for me on that spectrum where you were with that back in?
A little bit more moderate than deep-seated.
I'm sorry?
Than deep-seated.
A little more moderate than deep-seated. Did you do anything to combat the possibility of surveillance?
I closed all the blinds.
Anything else? Did you keep the blinds closed all the time or close them some of the time?
All the time.
And by closed, the blinds are down and the sweats are...
So nobody can see it.
When, for example, did you do the dark tinting on your car?
Well, I bought the stuff before I bought the window tinting before I installed it, like a week or so before.
And was the idea, did the idea have to do with preparation for the mission, or did you just like tinted windows?
It was in case anybody walked out in back of the theater so they wouldn't see.
So specifically about the mission itself, not about what you might have been carrying in the backseat in the weeks before the mission.
Right, and then install the window tint until like just before the mission.
Okay. Any other things that you did that were to combat the idea of surveillance?
server that kind of masked the server I was using.
Yeah. A way to mask your identity on the web. Did you ever see around your building, for example, cars that you thought might be there to observe you, or FBI or law enforcement?
I saw law enforcement, but there's a bar like right across the street.
Did there ever come a time when you were pretty sure that the car was there for you and not for the bar?
Once or twice, but it was an unmarked vehicle.
When you say an unmarked vehicle?
Yeah. So your typical cruiser that was all black.
Victoria with spotlights or something. I don't know, it really looked like an unmarked vehicle, or something that you, looking back on it, may have imagined was an unmarked vehicle.
That's what I imagined.
Looking back, are you pretty sure it really was an unmarked vehicle or not?
I'm not sure anymore.
Where were those cars parked? On those one or two occasions that you described?
Across the street.
Across the street. Relative to your apartment, would that be a good place to observe, or not, or more logical to think of it as with the bar?
I think he was trying to get drunk drivers from the bar.
I probably asked this as well, but you use Byers Canyon as a place to practice.
Right.
And it's 2.5 hour drive.
Well, 2 hours at 289 drive.
Okay. Any particular reason that you wanted something that far away?
No, I went to it mainly because it was unsupervised.
And I remember you mentioning when you were firing the weapons. I've asked you before now, and I'd like to ask you again, actually. What was the feeling when you first fired the weapons there? Later on, when you fired the weapons, how did it feel to shoot those weapons?
It felt routine.
Routine? Even the first time?
Yeah. There wasn't any special emotion attached to it.
You fired lots and lots and lots of rounds.
Right.
Really, thousands of rounds.
Yeah.
Unless you were there for many, many hours, you probably fired at least some of the time very rapidly. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
As you're firing the rounds, what position were you in? What physical position?
Standing up.
Always standing.
Well, I tried crouching a couple times just to mix it up.
Did you ever fire them while you were moving, while you were running or walking?
Yeah, move side to side and shoot the target.
Do you recall making any noises when you did that?
No, I didn't make it.
Yelling, screaming, or saying, take that, or
No, not
gotcha, or anything like that?
No. It's just a paper target, so
Here's another interesting point. You were shooting at paper targets. They were body mass targets, I think, right? Life-size silhouettes or not?
they were close to like the life size.
When you did that, do you recall ever imagining that they weren't paper targets?
No, I strictly knew they were paper targets.
I need to take a quick break. I'm going to ask the gentleman to come in while I go to the restroom. That's all right with you. For just a sec. My coffee's catching up with the guy. Step in. Okay. Appreciate that, right? Let me take your pulse once more, man. Any questions about anything we talked about before that? Nope. Go for it. Continuing then to kind of go through some of the things I thought about after our last meeting. We've talked a bit about reasons, motivations for the shooting, and really for the whole process that happened before the shooting itself. We talked about the clear expectation that one way or another you would be controlled when the shooting occurred, after the shooting occurred. And the likelihood that you'd be in a situation such as you are right now. We talked a little less about the idea of being remembered. I remember with this photographs we talked about your thoughts of posting something with the New York Times. Talking to you about, again, being remembered. Well, that's just what the photographs were for, is to be remembered. Goes on with me again about how you believe you'll be remembered. It's not so much a for or how reason, it's just, this is a photograph of me that is well will be remembered. Going back to July of 2012, I remember you and I looking at the various photographs together, and you're talking about what they might mean and how people might interpret them as they remember you, or simply interpret the photographs. What were some of the things that you remember
toxicity.
They usually get shot in the with strings. Yes. You just remain silent until you say something. I may not do that to you here, but if you're not a tough guy,
Not normally a tough guy.
not normally a tough guy, in what context or situation are you a tough guy?
In the context of the shooting,
You're a tough guy during the shooting.
yeah.
Talk to me about the tough guy during the shooting.
Well, I'm all decked out in body armor and weapons, so it keeps off a tough essence.
Do you remember it feeling tough? Feeling like a tough guy?
No, not really.
Do you remember before shooting it feeling like a tough guy or anticipating being a tough guy?
A little.
Tell me what you remember about that.
Just in taking the pictures, they look different from what I normally look like.
And different in a sense of
Having the hair dyed in no contact, possession of my music.
review is real clear to me as real, tough guy stuff. The context, particularly with the name of the context, possession contact lenses, to some extent the hair, says to me something different from solid. I can reach out and touch the tough. Does that make any sense?
A little.
What are the possession lenses, or what they represent, or what they felt like? Better yet, what they felt like. What does that have to do with tough guy or not tough guy, or with something else?
I'm not sure.
What comes to mind?
Just that it would be frightening to whoever saw it.
Did anybody ever see you with the contacts on?
No, only through the photos.
And it would be frightening to whoever saw it. Frightening in what way?
In a frightening way.
Possession brings to mind to me anyway, occult, mysterious. The armor, on the other hand, brings to mind physical tough. Can't get through it.
So, yeah, the lenses are more psychological toughness.
Okay. Was the hair fit, or was it just a fluke? And like that, my hair, I want to change things.
I didn't really have a reason to do it. I went there.
Looking back on it, when Ben dyed his hair, he says, I just wanted to change. He's dyed his hair many times, he said. Was that close to your concept of dyeing your hair, or was that quite different so far as you can recall from the reason that you dyed your hair?
Well, it certainly
was a change because I'd never dyed my hair before.
Do you remember having anything in mind about dyeing or about the color itself?
Well, red suggests bravery.
Is the James Holmes 2010, 2011, early 2012 a brave guy?
Yeah.
How were you at that time a brave guy?
I was moving to a new state, in a new area.
That's right.
I was moving to a new state. And I was doing new things.
And that takes some courage.
Just doing what you always do.
Was the James or the Jimmy Holmes of 2010, 2011, or 2012 a frightened guy, a scared guy? When Hillary's screen was cut, that was May, something like that. It was well after you had started to prepare these things. So,
when Hillary screamed, what are you referring to?
Somebody tried to break into her place.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I agree with a knife.
I think I remember the time, the chronology of things.
That was before I bought the first handgun.
You had bought the taser and the knife, but not the handgun. Is that your memory?
I'm not sure when I bought the taser knife.
But they were before the handgun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did Herbie broke it into, or attempt to break it? Apparently, attempt to break it. Did that scare you with regard to your safety?
It motivated me to be more prepared and set up a defense.
When that occurred, still trying to get the timeline straight in my mind. Was that around the time you guys, the short period in which you guys dated and hung out together? Or was that before you started hanging out together for sure?
I don't remember the context in when I heard it.
Okay. But what you said was you did feel like creating some sort of perimeter, some sort of doing something to make things more safe for yourself.
Yeah.
Do you remember about the time that doing the defensive things began to morph into doing the offensive things, or were they completely separate?
Well, once I bought the shotgun, it was an offensive thing.
So, you said once you bought the shotgun, how about before you bought the shotgun, when you
It was still defensive.
decided to go get it?
But when I decided to go get it, it was an offensive
It was
mission.
going to an offensive. We talked a bit at some hip about some of the people in your family that have passed away. Not very many folks have. I think both your grandfathers.
Yeah.
experimenting with him? No, not very. A little doing things with it. I think you played the piano together. What is it? Barrel chest music. Average weight. Nice guy. Yeah. And you played the piano much together? I think so. Did you ever play the piano when you were a kid? I took lessons, yeah. Did he play the piano? He had a piano, so I assume he played. Do you know anything about him beyond that? What he was like? What he enjoyed doing? No, I was too young. Have you learned anything about that as you grew? No. Are you curious about your grandfather or your other grandparents? Well, they're gone now, so you're not really curious about their lives. Not really. Once you said not really, that's kind of got a little caveat in it. So, to what extent are you curious, or do you mean no, I'm not curious about my grandparents? Well, I have a little bit of curiosity. Do you have any thoughts about any of the that they may have been, or wonder if they were people who did bad things, killed people, broke the law, beat their wives? No, they never did any of that. Do you have any fantasies or thoughts that they might have, or concerns that they might have done bad things? No. How about your parents? Other than concerns that they've done bad things in the past? No, they haven't. At least that they told me. You talk a little about your head better. I have talked with him. Talking more about Aunt Betty, the way she looks to you, or what you've done with her, or watched her do. Well, Thanksgiving is up in Santa Cruz where she lives. And she's friendly, very quiet. Anything else about Aunt Betty, or things that you may have done or observed about her? You mentioned that I think she may be schizophrenic, or she is schizophrenic, or something like that. I think I found that out when my parents told me either when I was in jail or just before. Well, not just before, but a year within. Any idea what medications she takes? I don't know. offensive thoughts about the weapons came before you got the shotgun. That is, you got the shotgun with offensive thoughts, not defensive thoughts. Right? As far as you recall, was it just offensive thoughts, or was it also defensive?
I think it was both.
All the things I asked a few minutes ago were the defensive purposes of doing things, safe perimeter, the taser, etc. Did those somehow evolve or develop into an offensive purpose, or the defensive and offensive separate? Don't think I heard you say whether or not they were separate.
Well, sorry, so the defensive morphed into offensive.
I'm saying I'm not sure. Did it morph along some spectrum, or are they two separate concepts?
I think it morphed.
Can you tell me what you think happened, or how that morphing took place?
Well, my planning got more deliberate. I got committed to the mission.
You got committed to the mission. One doesn't get committed to something until the thing exists. That is, until the mission exists. When did the mission come up?
When I bought the shotgun.
When you bought it, in anticipation of buying it, the mission was there and you decided to buy it? Or was the order that you would come?
The mission got real, then I decided to go buy the shotgun.
Okay. The mission got real and you decided to buy the shotgun. What do you recall about the way in which the mission got real? The situation, the general time, how did the mission get real? If I were watching something evolve into something else, can you picture that for me?
Well, I just started having realistic thoughts of a group of people getting killed instead of anti-people.
Okay. A group of people with realistic thoughts about a group of people getting killed instead of mankind getting killed. You start with the realistic. Had you had less realistic thoughts or abstract thoughts about a group of people being killed prior to that? Okay. And you take a little note here so I don't forget. Can you think back to roughly when or how the less realistic thought of a group being killed appeared?
Like early teens.
Early teens. Did that less realistic kind of thinking about a group being killed continue from your teens up until it became more realistic? Or was there a break in there? Was it relatively continuous?
It is continuous.
Okay. Then at some point, sounds like in early 2012, those thoughts became, in your words, realistic. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
realisticness of those thoughts.
Well, it was a small group instead of like for everybody. So,
A small group as opposed to annihilation. So it should be
as opposed to annihilation of everybody.
At that time, you recall picturing what that group might have been like in your mind, where they were, what they looked like, what was happening to them.
No, it was just a crowd.
Just a crowd. It ended. became more realistic, or was there a break in there? Was it relatively continuous?
It is continuous.
Okay. Then at some point, sounds like in early 2012, those thoughts became, in your words, realistic. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Can you describe the realisticness of those thoughts?
Well, it was a small group instead of like for everybody.
A small group as opposed to annihilation. Is that what you mean?
As opposed to annihilation for everybody.
Okay. At that time, you recall picturing what that group might have been like in your mind, where they were, what they looked like, what was happening to them.
No, it was just a crowd.
Just a crowd. Or any idea where the crowd was?
Not at that point.
So, what they looked like, what they were doing.
They were just a crowd.
Were they moving around or sitting down? And if you don't remember this, just fine. Moving toward you, moving away from you. Do you recall whether or not the crowd was threatening to you in any way?
No, I don't think so.
So something coalesced into being a realistic thought. A group killing, not mankind being killed.
Right.
I'm not sure I mentioned this before. Did you ever have relatively concrete thoughts about actually annihilating mankind?
No, they just sit abstract saying, oh.
We talked in some depth about the word mission and that the concept of mission arose out of you, not from somebody else.
It was internal.
Okay. Not from some external voice or thought or suggestion. Correct. Remembering correctly. You said it's like I was obligated to do it. But there was no other alternative. I asked you at the time about the possibility of other alternatives, and I'd like to hear about that again. There was no other alternative.
Well, that worked. There was therapy, but it didn't work.
That's a pretty dichotomous alternative. Kill lots of people, go to therapy. Is it what other things might one try, not necessarily you, but what other things might one consider in order to, one of the things you talk about is to deal with the depression, your suicide feelings that you believe you had. What other alternatives might someone think about in addition to killing lots of people and going to therapy?
Going to therapy to remove those killing thoughts.
alternative except to go to the Dairy Queen and get a hamburger. But you do have other alternatives. There are many alternatives. Some of them are close. I can go to Burger King rather than Dairy Queen. Some of them are a little more variety. I can get a hamburger, I can get a candy bar, or I can have a salad. And some of them are even more varied. I can tolerate my hunger.
I guess I just didn't think of any alternatives at the time.
And what do you make of that you didn't think of any, or you guess you didn't think of any alternatives at the time? Because once again, you're a smart guy.
I guess because it was so absorbing, and it felt like it was the only thing to do.
So absorbing that you felt like it was the only thing to do. And what would happen if you resisted and didn't do it?
Then I would have to suicide.
You said several times that that's your interpretation now, that you would have had suicide if you resisted. But you've also said several times that you weren't aware, consciously, that you were suicidal at that time.
What time is this?
Unfortunately.
I think I said after I was aware I was suicide.
Can you, and I want to be accurate, so thanks for correcting. Can you refresh me a little about times or indications that you knew that you were suicidal, and it wasn't something that you weren't aware of, that you knew that you were in danger of killing yourself?
Well, the thing was I would automatically transfer to homicidal thoughts. So then I wasn't aware of the suicidal thought.
What I'm asking of you is, can you recall or describe any point at which you were aware of the suicidal thoughts?
Oh, when I was severely depressed.
And about when would that have been? Before the shooting or after the shooting?
Before the shooting.
Okay. Do you recall ever formulating a plan to kill yourself?
I was just downing a bunch of pills.
Do you remember thinking about that as a possible plan before the shooting?
Yeah.
Tell me about that time and those thoughts.
I don't know.
You just brought it up as if you didn't know.
What's the question?
Is it tough for you to follow this particular topic?
My timeline's all messed up.
Okay. We're not really talking about timeline right now. We're talking about the topic of whether or not you were aware of being suicidal before the killing. I think this is the first time you've ever told me that you had thoughts of taking a bunch of pills.
It wasn't serious though.
Do you remember the context or how serious or not serious it was at the time?
It was not serious enough to actually take any of the pills.
Do you remember roughly when this was? Around the time of the killing, months before, years before?
I don't know the timeline.
Could it have been years before?
like?
Could it have been within weeks of the killing, or is that a month?
I think it's within months.
I understand that you're estimating. I understand that you're not aware right now of what the exact numbers. But the real point is whether or not and how much you were aware that part of you wanted to die. Tell me more about any awareness that you have that you or part of you wanted to die prior to the shooting.
Well, it goes back to not having a purpose in life. So I figure there was no purpose, there was no reason to live.
It sounds like this is in the last quarter of school.
I think so, yeah.
Do you remember any thoughts of ending your life?
Just taking the pill.
I know you recall. Do you recall whether those would have been the pills that had been prescribed by Dr. Fenton, the pills that were available in the West County, or some other pills?
How those pills?
Those pills. Any other thoughts about ways to kill yourself or thoughts of killing yourself besides that?
No.
Do you think some may have been there that you're not recalling or thinking of right now?
I don't think so.
But the way you describe the thoughts about pills is you thought about it, but not seriously enough to try it. You remember contemplating what it might have been like to take the pill?
Thought it wouldn't be painful.
What do you think may have stopped you from giving that a try?
The mission itself.
The mission itself. That kind of takes us back to your said earlier that the mission, at least in some ways, was to save your life. Right. All right. One of the purposes of the mission. I interrupted you.
Well, just one of the reasons was
And the others, I know we're getting repetitive, but I like repetition.
to increase the value.
The others to increase the value. And
Hatred of that pain.
once again, that's the third one that kind of sounds like a distant third. But I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, that was very little reason why.
Do you suppose the hatred of mankind helped you to discount the value of the people that you killed? That is, bit about your friends that had kind of dropped away by June and July in particular of 2012. When we talked a couple of weeks ago, you said that they had been your friends for months, and you were sad to see them go. Yeah. At that point, I said that, well, they didn't really go. You dismissed them. Right. You then said that it was sort of a mutual abandonment. You abandoned them, they abandoned you. Abandoned your word. And I asked, how did they abandon you? Because it sounded to me like you cut yourself off from them, not the other way around. I did that, and they didn't respond back. Were they supposed to respond back? Did you hope they would respond back? No. So is it fair to say that you're the one that opted out? Or is it fair to say I think that's true? That I opted out? The second part of this wasn't over, or that it was mutual. Well, it's mutual because they didn't come back, restart the convention. Actually, Ben did try to repent, actually. He did repent, actually, at least for a bit. He had a conversation, text conversation with us. Well, maybe I'm mistaken. I get the time off. I'm confused sometimes. You said they stopped inviting you to activities. Is it fair to say that was because you indicated to them that you didn't want to be invited to activities, or is that not fair to say? I think that'd be fair to say. You also mentioned that we talked briefly about whether or not you're breaking up with Garden. Yeah. No longer connected to you, like I said, in a different way. If Garden had been part of the group, my picture in my mind is that you come to the group in part because of your connection with Garden, but not entirely. And then when your connection with Garden breaks up, I had no connection with either. The group then moves away with Garden in it. Yeah, that's sort of an odd picture I have in my mind. And maybe that's not exactly what the picture is in your mind. I kind of distinguish myself from the group. Was being a lot more comfortable for you than being with that group? No, I like to keep it here. The cutting yourself off from the group was for the purpose of it would be too painful with being around Garden again. Because Garden would have been part of the group in general. Right. Did it have anything to do with your wanting to focus time and attention on the mission rather than other things? Or could you do that with the group anyway? I don't think that was a reason for abandoning the group. After you had lots of weapons, did anyone come over to your house, to your apartment, who noticed all the weapons and things that you bought? No, I was pretty much alone.
in, Pew, because there's two. It was one young lady who was my instructor in the third rotation, and then the other guy was a neuroscience student.
I think it was a student, as I'm remembering, looking at the record. Whoever it was did come to your home. And I'm sure Young. Okay. And his name was
Young Pew, I think.
Young Pew. I don't know. His last name wasn't Lee.
No, I think that was another guy.
Okay. We talked at one point about the mission coming to you. And I asked if you spent much time trying to figure out where the mission might be coming from. You said that it came from within you, but to figure out more about the mission. And your comment was that you just kind of accepted it. You accepted the mission. As a matter of fact, so that made the comment that when you accepted it, you didn't think the mission was all that serious. Remember saying that or repeating that? I don't remember it. Really, it was after you had bought the block. The time you were describing the first block. You said, and your words were, I think it's a quote, that you didn't think the mission was all that serious about that. What does that suggest to you? Anything else?
That it kind of progressed steadily over time.
You said fairly soon after that you didn't think the consequences through. And I said, which consequences? And you said that I would complete the mission. At that early time, you recall sitting here, not really thinking about completing the whole mission. Around the time that the mission sort of seemed to be coming, and you weren't taking it all that seriously. Or you didn't think it was all that serious. So,
Yeah, because around the time I bought the first gun, it was still defensive. It wasn't offensive yet until later.
the first gun was shot.
The first gun was a hand. It was a
Okay, beg your pardon. The first lock.
Yeah.
Was the lock from 2. Was the shotgun was the second gun.
Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying.
assaulted.
That would have been out of fires.
Out of fires. That was the only place I talked to. So this reason.
So, the Glock 22. Next was the shotgun. Next was the second Glock, or the AR. The AR. And then the second Glock.
Right.
No other weapons were purchased, I believe. The whole firearm.
Right.
Do you think that you didn't fire any of them until you had the AR?
That depends on when the ammunition came in. Because I think I started buying the ammunition after I bought the AR.
Did you purchase any ammunition locally?
Like a cartridge or a box of shotgun shells.
And I guess what I'm trying to understand is the first time you went to buyers, how many of the weapons did you have? A lot of them are just
All the weapons.
So you had all or nearly all the weapons before you fired any of them. I asked briefly about your thoughts the day before the shootings. The day before that, you started putting together the neck bomb, things like that. I asked, have you had any thoughts as you went to sleep that night? That would have been the night of the 18th.
Well, there wasn't anything dangerous set up at that time.
We talked about there was gasoline, but you had the caps on the bottles, things like that. I guess I'm thinking about thoughts you may have had about the mission or about the shoot.
No, it was kind of just another day.
You had lots of regalia around you. Not thinking about it where you're shooting or the preparation.
It just said I was going to do a sample the incendiary devices the next day.
In general, around that time, how did you get to sleep? Some people read themselves to sleep, some people just go to bed and close their eyes.
That's what I do.
That's what you do. Watch a little TV. Did you have a TV in your bedroom?
No.
You probably dreamed about it.
No.
Have you ever had a lot of vivid?
If I wake up during REM sleep, then I can remember a dream.
Do you remember any of the dreams that you had prior to the shoot?
No.
And some people, I don't expect people to remember dreams over years, but some people actually, yeah, I typically have a dream about X, Y, Z. I remember a dream about ABC.
No, I don't have a repetitive dream.
Nothing that sticks with you.
No.
How about really bad dreams or nightmares?
I don't have any nightmares.
Before or since the shooting?
Well, when I was like a little kid, I would have nightmares.
But not since you were a little kid.
Right.
Do you remember what the nightmares were about when you were a little kid?
Just like ghosts and wolves and that kind of thing.
I remember you talking about the nail monsters.
Oh, the nail ghosts.
The nail ghosts. That's what it was. When you weren't putting things thinking about the mission, thinking about what might happen. And your answer at that particular time was, no, you didn't think about it because you weren't considering the consequences.
Yeah, I remember not considering the consequences.
And we talk from time to time about how much you consider the consequences of various kinds. It seems pretty clear that you weren't considering consequences.
I considered I would die or get locked up. And it kind of ended right there.
The planning itself suggests that you were considering consequences of how people would act in the theater, how you would control them, how you would prevent them from rushing through.
I wouldn't consider those consequences. It's just kind of tactics and strategy.
Within the tactics and strategy, we talked a little about how close the police station was.
Yeah, 5 minutes, right?
Yeah. And we talked a little about what led you to choose a venue that close to a police station. Can you reiterate some of that for me or think about that again?
I just figured I'd be caught. Because there was a police presence in that area. But I would still have time to do the mission.
We talked briefly, and I'd like to revisit it, about considering places where you wouldn't be caught, where you'd be less likely to be caught, where you could shoot more people before getting caught. Places not so close to the police station.
Part of it was I was comfortable in the movie theater. It's a place I was used to.
Tell me more about that. I've heard about that before.
I did all the recon there to get familiar with the layout.
What if you could have done recon somewhere else, further from the police station?
True, but I kind of decided that was the place to be.
We talked a little bit about your thoughts about the future. Months before the shooting, how you viewed your future. And one of the things you said was that you sort of left it up to fate to decide your future. Do you recall that?
That sounds about right.
I wondered a little bit about that because you worked pretty hard in college, which is kind of you shaping your own future. Right. Exerting some control over your future. Although you lay back for a year in between college and grad school, you worked pretty hard to get into grad school. And that's you working to shape your future and not leave it up to fate.
But during the prelims, I left it up to fate.
Okay. During the prelims, yeah. A little earlier here, yesterday, the impression you gave was that by the time the prelims came, you weren't going to be a neuroscience center. futures were prison or death. The prelims, you didn't bother to study, not because you were leaving it up to fate, but because if I pass, I pass. If I don't pass, I don't pass. Not worth putting effort into because the future is already set. And I'm counting a bit yesterday.
Yeah, sounds right.
Kind of accurate. That doesn't sound much like maybe you have to fate. That sounds like you have shaped your future. If you follow the path, if you follow the mission.
I guess what I meant was I was leaving the prelims of defeat and not what was coming afterward.
Okay. It doesn't sound ambivalent at that point. Gee, I don't know what's going to happen. I understand what you just said about the fate referring to the freedom. I'm not talking about the consequences of the mission. Although we know that at times you did things or hoped for things that might have stopped it, such as the call to the hotline. Or we thought the FBI might stop you. Yeah. There really wasn't much ambivalence in your future. It was either you're either going to die or you're going to be arrested. It was a
Or get stopped, which was unlikely.
yes. And once again, my impression is that's the way you were thinking at that time, not just today, but at that time. Yeah. Or at least that's the way things were. And you had set them up that way. You had created that. You had created those paths. Yeah. Revisiting just for a second the aging ego part of possible motivations for the future. At one point, 3 or 4 weeks ago, I asked you, what did the shootings have to do, if anything, with hating people? And you said, just that they make me anxious. And because they make me anxious, I hate them. Remember that concept? Yeah, I remember that. You want to say you weren't mad at anybody?
I've said a lot of stuff, so
I don't believe you have ever implied that something evil made you do this.
I think that's right.
Or you were born, the devil made you do it.
No, I don't think so.
That's not your understanding now. What then? That something evil did. Along another thing. What about you being evil? And the evil in you, the evil thing, doing it. Is that a consideration at all?
I think everybody has the capacity for evil.
Let's bring it to you. We're talking about a moral concept. Not legal necessarily, but everybody has the capacity for evil. Fine. We're talking about Jimmy Holmes. What doing is it an evil Jimmy Holmes, James Holmes, that does this and has other rationales or things around the edge of it, but at the core, an evil James Holmes killed 12 people, women 50 some.
No, I don't think there's any evil James Holmes.
Have you thought about or considered that? Run that through your mind. Evil James Holmes.
Just the differentiated self.
I'm not sure what you.
They dyed my hair red with contact lenses, and that wasn't the normal me. It's kind of like that portrays an evil me a little bit.
The image of that portrays an evil me a little bit. To continue that thought, talk a little bit about it.
Well, the shooting's unusual for me. I don't usually do things like that.
The evil you came out. How about that?
It's kind of out of character for me.
You just described an evil me. I don't know whether you were contemplating that or whether you read. Everybody has an evil me inside them. Can you clarify that?
I don't know how to put it.
Have you ever thought about the possibility or contemplated that an evil part of James Holmes did that uncharacteristic act?
It sounds possible.
Can you expand on that possibility or how possible or in what way it sounds possible? Let's look through your mind as you think about it a little bit.
Just that other people could consider that it was an evil me that did the shooting.
I think it's fair to say other people could consider that. I'm more interested in what Jimmy Holmes considers.
I don't think there's a separate evil me.
We talked about Jimmy's skills as a collateral damage. depression, helping through that. The wounded folks are the folks who suffer other types of damage. You said as you were playing, I didn't figure the collateral damage had anything to do with me. As you were playing, does that make sense to you at all? Yeah. The concept of it. You have not said at all to me that you got any particular pleasure in the films. Right. That's right. That's right. One of the things you said is that at some point you said how you felt, it's done, I'm done. And so when I'm done, you walked out, or you bought your car, I'm done. I'm kind of interested in the visceral feeling of I'm done. Relaxed. As if to favor. Do you recall being anxious while you were shooting or while you were in the theater? No, because I planned and prepared pretty thoroughly. Before the event started, while you're in the theater, doing the moves with the cell phone. That was like one time I think when I had to walk out the emergency exit. Put the little metal piece so it doesn't close all the way. At what point, if you can pinpoint it, maybe you can't, were you free of the anxiety? Were you no longer nervous? When I was standing outside the emergency exit door, preparing to go in. So during the shootings, you don't recall being anxious or worried. I was focused and calm. Do you recall having any feeling of tension at all? I think we talked about this. Excitement, tension, exhilaration. You got a feeling of relief while you were doing it. While you were shooting. Not while I was doing it, afterwards. Say that. And you said about the relief. Not anxious anymore. What else? Visceral, what else? You got to feel that. That my muscles were loose. It was kind of like a loose feeling. I kind of want to say the tension was released, but maybe that's not an accurate description. Does that resonate with what you're saying? That wasn't really tense. It was kind of normal. And then got even more loose. One of the places my mind is going, I talked about this briefly in the hospital. When obsessive compulsive people have the compulsion to do something, there's a kind of tension until they do it. And once they do it, the tension is released, at least for a time. It may be for seconds or minutes or hours. That was one of the places my mind was going with the relief. But it was done. Is that more re-timed and not all-timed, or is it listening? I don't think any tension came back afterwards. I talked about release of tension. As might happen when I'm a compulsive person. does his compression, washes his hands. Checks the door. That might have happened too. It sounds like it's not resonating a great deal with you, and I don't want to put it by. No, I didn't feel that way too much. Thank you. We talked once before about your worth increasing from 1 to 13. I'll ask you, in what way are you enhanced? You said, I'm worth 13, whereas a normal person's worth is 1.
I'm going to turn the lights on. All right, the record should reflect that Exhibit P-TR-1011 has stopped playing. Members of the jury, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. Before we do that, I want to remind you that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues that are raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording, whether as part of questions or responses or reactions, may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to assess the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose, including for the truth of the content of the statements or as evidence of what he said, as evidence of the content of the statements. Does everybody understand that? And everybody's saying yes. All right, with that, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Please remember my admonitions related to your conduct when you're not in the courtroom. I'll see you back here in 1 hour, please. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom now. Just a reminder that all my rulings that apply to Dr. Reed apply just the same on cross-examination. So the same admonishments as before in terms of speaking about capacity to form the culpable mental state or capacity to distinguish right from wrong, as opposed to actually talking about distinguishing right from wrong or actually having formed the culpable mental state. That applies. And then similarly, avoid saying the word lie. If at any point there's a question that needs to be answered by saying that the information provided by the defendant was found to be, or that he felt, his perception was that it was unreliable, then that's how it should be said, not I didn't believe that, or I didn't think that was truthful, or I thought he was lying about that, or he was deceiving me about that. It should be, I didn't find that information to be reliable, and then if somebody asks him to explain, then he can explain as to why, and that can be either on cross or redirect. So the same rules, those rules and the same rules with respect to all my other orders apply. Does everybody understand?
Your Honor, one point of clarification. I presume then that the flip side of that comment on credibility also applies as well, that he wouldn't be commenting on I found him to be truthful, honest, those kinds of things.
Yes, well, it cuts both ways, and And if at any point anybody wants me to give that instruction related to credibility that we talked about a couple of days ago, please ask me to do that, and I will do that. And so that goes both for cross-examination, Mr. King, and also for redirect. It goes for both. So at any time anybody wants that instruction, all you have to do is ask for it. All right, with that, let's take a break, and I'll see you back in an hour. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
What if you were not just you? What if your experiences weren't just yours alone? Do you know what it means to be reborn, the sensate? Oh, why does you are no longer just you. You have 7 other selves now. You can access each other's knowledge, language, skills. You will be hunted. There's no more time. It's coming. I'm losing my mind. No, it's just expanding.
The record should reflect the jury is back in the courtroom. Welcome back, folks. I hope you had a good lunch. Good, thank you. Before we proceed with the publication of People's Exhibit P-TR-1011, I want to remind you that the defendant's statements and this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements and this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video, whether as part of questions, reactions, or responses, may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to assess the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose, including for the truth of their content or as evidence of their content. With that, Mr. Brockler, you may proceed with playing Exhibit P-TR-1011. I'm going to dim the lights.
In the same conversation you said, I increased my self-worth and I didn't have to die. But I said, do you feel that about you? 12 times more than you had before. You said, theoretically, yes. I said, theoretically? How about really? 12 times more. Let me ask you that again. Is it a theoretical feeling or a real feeling that you? It's abstract. It's abstract. I think another point you said it was incremental, not hugely incremental. I'll give you that abstraction. You said that when I said theoretically, how about really? You said, well, it's only theoretical in nature. The concept is theoretical. You just use the word abstract. And my note here is that you felt and continue to feel that it was morally okay to kill for the theoretical possibility. Not for sure thing or not a real thing, but for the abstract possibility to usually just have feeling a bit better. You're saying it should have been really instant? Well, not that it should have been, because I guess it is what it is. On the one hand, one might think of somebody who says, if I kill these people, I am going to feel better, 12 times better, or some increment better. And that would be one reason for killing them. That would have one, let me say, way of looking at it more. It seems to be different to think of it as, if I kill them, then in some abstract, theoretical way, I believe I'll feel better. Right, one's a thought and the other is, it will be better. Okay. From what you said back at the hospital, it was a theoretical thought. Is that generally correct or am I misunderstanding? Okay. A theoretical thing, I thought an abstraction. Right. Let me ask you again today, are there ways that you really feel better or believe you're better? Or does it remain an abstraction, a theoretical method? It's still a thought, but an abstraction. Oh, thank you. We talked about lying to tell the truth back in Senate. And we were talking with Kevin, I think, and the talks too. Speaking truthfully and deflecting incriminating questions. So I think what you said in your notebook, right, about what you had done then. You wanted to keep your plan secret, you said. But at the same time, speak truthfully, you said, right, because I'm not a liar. Most of the time, most of the time, everybody lies sometimes. That's the worst lie that you ever told me. It was a lie. Probably the lie of omission of my saying I was going to go shoot people. You just said the lie of omission is a lie of omission. I just don't consider it a true lie, but it's kind of in that lying category. And that's just exactly where I was going. I wanted to talk about that a little more. And indeed, you said, I asked you about lying by omission, and you said, I don't consider that a true lie. So, it's very consistent with what I said earlier. It sounds like from what you just said, you leave the possibility or the fact that it's a form of lie. Right, and scheming on lying, leaving out something important. Indeed, it's when I said, what's your biggest lie? You picked a, quote, lie of omission. Right. It talked about being called the Joker here in jail, and we may have talked about that briefly yesterday as well. We did, this is the first time you recall people talking or calling me the Joker. Early on, and after I was arrested, they still do that. Sometimes. Can you describe to me a time or a situation in which you heard them or noticed them referring to you as Joker? No, not really. Has there been a time when you actually did hear them say that, or do you kind of assume that's what they're calling? No, I've actually heard them say. Can you describe an instance or two of when you actually heard them? Well, they're in a cell kind of adjacent or near my cell, and they're just yelling the Joker. Are you pretty sure they were referring to you? Yeah, because they said like James the Joker. I guess it's not a secret that you're in the jail. Right. Is it your impression that the other inmates know that you're here, especially if they've been here a while? Yeah. Is it your impression that they would recognize you if they saw you? I'm not sure. Unless they've like, seen me on TV or something. You look a little different than the way you looked on TV. Right, I got a beard. The shavers don't work here. And the hair is grown back. The hair's getting cut. Yeah. Do you ever call yourself the Joker? Refer to yourself as the Joker? No, I don't. Even in private thoughts or private fantasies? I can see why people would call me the Joker, the diet hair, and the setting, the movie being the Batman movie. Once again, do you ever, even in a private fantasy, refer to yourself as the Joker? Hey, I'm the Joker, or a nickname that you accept for yourself, not just something other people accept? Even in private? No, I don't think so. Well, I ask you what Dr. Fenton or Dr. Feinstein might tell me when I talk to them. One of the things you said you thought they would tell me is that they took you very seriously. And that they had even called the beta threat response team or something like that. I learned about that through my lawyers. Is there any part of these events, any part of these, that has to do with James Holmes being taken seriously? I don't think so. I think people took me seriously. Before they met. Therapy. You got a photograph that would, you believe would influence the way people remembered you, the way people thought of you based on photographs. A notebook that would influence the way people thought of you based on what you wrote. I wonder about whether you part of this fellow has to do with a guy who wants people to take him seriously. Rod Bowler was taken seriously for the shooting in Norway. And I was a serious student. And I agree that no one has suggested to me that you're not serious. No one has suggested that you were a trivial person. Right? Sometimes people who are not trivial at all believe or feel that they're trivial and not taken seriously. Can you think of any times when that might have described you? Feeling that you weren't taken seriously, or people didn't recognize you as you are? I think that's different from being taken seriously. Well, for the value, there wasn't anybody who tried to get me to stay in the Belfast program. There wasn't anybody who tried to get you to stay, is what you're saying. Yeah. Tell me about that. Well, I told my advisor I wanted to leave Academia because they know you should stay in the organization. It would have been nice if you'd said you should stay. Yeah. You could have still decided one way or the other, but it would have been nice for me to want you to stay instead of getting right. Yeah. Roughly, when did you have that conversation? Like a couple days after I dropped out. So that would have been a couple of days, or several days after the prelims. A couple days after the prelims. Did he suggest retaking them, or I felt like we could have asked him to retake it, but I didn't. But nobody volunteered. Right, you can't retake. No one did. How'd you feel? I guess undervalued. What else did you feel that they thought about you or might think about you at that time? He's saying that other people are not valued. I don't know about other people, but it would have been nice if something like that ever happened before in your life. It would have been nice for someone to encourage you or appreciate you and offer you something. Not that I can think of offers at all, but think about it other times. In school or not in school, nothing's committed. How about when the family decided to go back to San Diego? And I think you mentioned that they didn't ask you or didn't pay any attention to your not wanting to move. I think they paid attention, and they told me why I was moving. So it wasn't a value issue. And that was just something that popped in my head. It doesn't have to be Freudianly significant or something. So that was one path to being bad.
Oh, seriously.
Anything else come to mind about not being taken seriously or being taken seriously?
No, really.
Before the shootings occurred, before you went back into the theater to begin the shooting, that was a point at which you thought the FBI would then come and arrest you.
Right, it was in the action.
Very active. I'm not sure I ever asked you how likely you thought that was at the time.
I don't think I analyzed it like that.
Can you think now about the way you felt then and if it was difficult to put yourself back there? Did you think it was going to be here anytime? You were surprised they didn't stop you? Or it was a fleeting thought of maybe they'll stop me? Or what were the chances, I guess, on this?
I believe they could stop me, but I didn't think it was probable.
For your love of probability, you didn't think it was probable.
Oh, maybe a 20% chance they would stop me.
Were you surprised they didn't stop you?
A little bit, yeah.
At what point, if you remember, did you say to yourself, I guess they're not going to stop me?
Before I went in the door, back in again.
I think you said something like at that point, it's really going to happen. Or you may have said that and maybe you thought it twice. After the call to the hotline was not answered. It was cut off or something.
Sometime in that, getting out of the car, period.
And those all happened within a minute or two of each other.
Yeah, they're very close together.
You mentioned that you didn't say anything as you were shooting. You yelled things out or anything like that.
No.
Are you quite sure of that?
I'm like 100% sure.
So that you've said several times that you were sort of on autopilot. Is what you're saying, there's no chance that the autopilot would have blotted out your words or screams or yells or something.
Well, on my conscious recollection, I know for sure that I did.
Because we know that there are certain things that you were aware of, even though you describe yourself as being an autopilot. You were aware that the gun jammed. You were aware of going to the lighted area. You were aware of trying to fix it. You were aware of certain people moving around. You were aware of the guy who smiled. And then at some point, before the guy who smiled, you were aware that you were done. I was a little curious about the scratches you say were in gas masks that were interfering with seeing things.
I bought a cleaner for it, but it didn't.
I'm sorry.
I bought a cleaner for it, but it didn't work.
Was it a new or used?
It was a new gas, but it came kind of scratched a little bit.
Scratches that are up close to the eye can generally interfere with seeing things far away. To give you an example, it's your guy that wears glasses. I'm a guy that wears glasses. When your glasses are a little dirty, somebody else may say, oh, your glasses are dirty, but you can still see pretty dark well.
I could still see with the gas mask on, but because it was darker inside than outside, is that you had the gas mask on before you went back in. Right. You could seek to open a door, things like that. Yeah, so it was only partial instruction. We'll come back for just a minute to the way you might have wanted to be remembered. I'm not talking so much about now. The way you believe you wanted to be remembered at the time of the shootings or just before the shootings. Can you talk a little more about that? I just wanted to be remembered visually by my picture, each picture. And the ones that were on my phone. One of the ones, or a couple of the ones, were headshots of you with a sort of, I'm not sure how to interpret it, devilish or impish or otherwise, sort of looking at the incendiary with the fuse, holding the gun, things like that. Another one was of, I'm trying to remember what those two wanted to get most of the review. Alright. Yeah, there was one where I was wearing the coat and the vest. Okay. So, which is the one that conveys, if it is just one, which is the one that conveys the way that James wanted to be remembered to James before the shoot? I think the most powerful image was the one where I was holding the gun in front of my face, holding the gun right in the jail. And that would convey to somebody 5 years from now, just that they would remember the picture, and that was James Holmes. That was James Holmes. And what was James Holmes? They don't need to remember what that, I'm sorry, they don't need to remember anything extra. Just have the memory of the face. I'm not sure you understand. They don't need to remember anything extra. Yeah, all they need to remember is that's what James Holmes looked like. So having people remember what you look like, not forget your faces. But there's a certain attitude to that picture. Yeah. I want you to remember that attitude as well. They don't have to. But that was the one you picked. Of the various pictures that had slightly different attitudes, all of them had some of the different in them. I guess if they want to remember that attitude, if they can. You're not saying that they would remember the picture of you with the poster of the woman behind you. I don't think that was as powerful an image as the other one to remember how powerful. You're not saying they would remember the picture of you on the hike. Because it's not as strong an image. It's not something memorable. It's not something as memorable as one as memorable. Oh, memorable. Okay. This is a strong guy. Are you a pretty strong guy? Average. At the time that you took the pictures, did you believe you were a pretty strong guy? Yeah, I think so. Spit out a couple of thoughts.
remember. He is a strong man. Another line of thought would be, I'm not such a strong guy, but I can make them think I was a strong guy and make them remember me as a strong guy. If I don't think that was it. Sorry, I don't think that was. I don't think that was it. Why would they remember your face anyway?
Because it's unusual to have a dying there like that in context lenses. You're more likely to remember something unusual than something mundane.
The elephant in the room, of course, is the shooting as the thing that they would remember and attach the picture to the shooting.
Right. So at least they have some memory of who I am.
Because I can't particularly think of a picture of a guy holding a gun 5 years ago unless I attach it to some other event.
Which would make any sense.
Makes me remember. Okay. So my mind goes to, it was a strong guy that killed these people. The picture of the guy that killed these people indicates he was a strong guy.
It's not inaccurate.
Is it accurate?
Sure.
And those are the words that seem to lead up to that. The words you use seem to lead up to, here's the picture. The reason I remember it is that he's the fellow that killed people in the theater. And the picture shows a strong guy. So James Holmes, the guy who killed people in the theater, must have been a strong guy. Is that a train of thought that
I'm not sure if strong is the word tied to it or not.
And again, there's a danger of not putting too much of my association into it. But the best that my mind goes with it is that people are not remembering James Holmes as a weak guy or a mediocre guy.
Right, yeah, I would say that's true.
Is there anything wrong with them remembering you as a mediocre guy or a weak guy?
Just that it wouldn't be memorable.
Go through just a couple more pages for you. I asked you what it felt like to be arrested. The officer's coming out and surrendering.
Everything kind of went as expected.
We had a tough time getting to the feelings associated with being arrested. We talked about the process, but not the feelings associated with being arrested.
I think there were any strong feelings.
Do you remember any particular strong feeling during that process? Any particular feeling, visceral or mental or emotional?
Just when I got out of the elevator in the police station, it said child homicide section.
We talked a bit about that. Were you surprised that a child had been killed?
Yeah. I didn't think there were going to be any children there.
Did you feel sure there were going to be any children?
Like 80% sure.
You described child within the context of the folks that, in this context, you didn't mind killing as somebody Okay. Good point. And we talked about, even had there been no children, the fact that the people who were killed were likely some of them to be parents of children.
I never considered that until you brought it up.
Most of the consideration that was not relevant or not considered a different factor.
Yeah.
The two guys who questioned you, Detective Governor and Detective Apple. Remember those names or not?
I don't remember Detective Apple. It was the governor of the FBI.
All specialist. He was part of it, and I'm not really exactly what his title was, but he was with the FBI. You talked a little bit about your going to court. Once again, if you weren't sure, I think the first time I asked this, do you remember about when the first time you went to court was? About how many days after you were arrested?
I don't remember. It was too long ago.
And you said you didn't remember much about that event, about being in court.
Right.
You talked about Dr. Woodcock's sleeping. We talked a couple of times about the money that was mailed with the notebook. The $700 and $20 bills that were burned at the edges. At one time, you told me that you burned the money because you wouldn't have any use for it.
Right. Once I got locked up or dead, I couldn't use any money.
But you burned it in a particular way.
So she would still be able to tell it was money.
And the communication to her was what? With the money.
If I remember correctly, it was because I wouldn't have insurance, and it costed like $80 an hour for each session.
So what were you telling her with the money?
That money was a problem.
You didn't just send her the money, you sent it to her with the four corners of every bill burned off, and the bills carefully plastered onto sheets as I recall.
No, actually, I just put it all in the back of the notebook. I think they might have done that in the sheets later.
Okay, so you didn't take them down to sheets or glue them to sheets?
No, they were just loosely leaked.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, because I wasn't sure about it. What did the burning the edges mean, if anything, as part of the communication to everything?
Just what I said before.
You could have just said the money.
Right, but then she would have misinterpreted, like, why is he paying me money?
Do you think she would have considered it a payment to receive that? I don't know what she would have considered. Payment doesn't come to my mind, at least. Money means something. Psychiatrists always think money means lots of things.
Right.
But payment is not one of the ones I would have come up with. The edges. And since you were several $100.
Brain was trying to tell her that because I lost my job, I subsequently lost the insurance from it. So my illness was like at fault.
It sounds like you were bad. Almost saying, here, you're pretty sure. Here's the damn
thing to do to send her a notebook of all the information she didn't collect and earn money, which is the reason why
was there anything in it of what you did?
a little bit just
Tell me about that.
well, it's kind of similar to that emoticon I sent her when she messed up my prescription.
So you sent the emoticon. One of your impressions or one of your thoughts was that it might have frightened her.
Yeah, she misinterpreted it as me hitting her instead of it being a blow with the face that she couldn't remember my name.
I suggest to you the possibility that at least part of the emoticon was an angry thing. It wasn't her it wouldn't be her misinterpreting, because part of the emoticon really had at least some irritation to it, because she inconvenienced you and she misunderstood you and didn't, and this is just re-talking, didn't value you enough to get the right name on the damn prescription.
Yeah, so it was a little bit hostile.
Hostile's a real civilized word.
It's a little bit mean.
We'll come back to the burn. The anger, meanness of what you did, or you'll think about this for a long time. In life.
Yeah, it's analogous.
Can you talk to me about that emotion at the time?
Just that I was showing her what I was doing wrong. Or showing her what she did wrong.
Tell me what you might have been showing her that she was doing wrong.
Well, because of my illness, I could no longer go to the sessions because it was expensive.
Is that a truly good reason that you didn't go to the sessions, or is that not much of the reason that you didn't continue the sessions?
Well, the main reason was I was set on the mission. I had an excuse to get out.
An excuse to get out of the sessions?
Yeah.
Because you actually knew at the time that there were a lot of ways that you could have continued the sessions, and they had offered that they did, unlike the school, they had offered ways to continue the sessions. Is that accurate?
Yeah, for the summer.
I can't think of much else to ask you. What do I need to tell you?
Well, I have no idea. I think it's pretty comprehensive.
That would explain anything that we've talked about. If there's anything that you want to communicate to me through your lawyers at any point, you're welcome to tell them, hey, tell this to Reed, and they will do that.
Alright.
I suspect we won't talk again, at least not for some time. It's possible if I come back for a hearing or something that we would talk again. But I think I have everything that I need to do by text. Once again, I'll wish you what I wish everybody I see, and I hope whatever happens is fair. Okay. All right.
son? The record should reflect that the prosecution just finished playing Exhibit P-TR-1011. Mr. Brockler, do you have some additional questions for Dr. Reed?
Thank you.
Okay, Doctor, you may resume the witness stand. I remind you, Doctor, that you're still under oath. And members of the jury, I want to remind you again that it's important that you keep in mind that the defendant's statements and the video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements and the video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements and the video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to assess the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed and this video recording for any other purpose, including for the truth of the content of the statements or as evidence of what was said in the statements. And then finally, I remind you that Dr. Reed's testimony here in court has been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider his testimony here in court only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this testimony for any other purpose. Everybody understand those instructions? And they're saying yes and nodding their head yes. All right, with those instructions in mind, Mr. Brockler, you may proceed with the rest of your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Reed, those last several segments that we saw took place weeks after the initial assessment and interviews down at the state hospital in Pueblo. Is that accurate?
Yes, about 4 weeks later.
Here's what I noticed, is that it seemed like you, and you even said this on the video, that you were going back and retouching things and circling around. I think you used other terminology like that. Why did you do that so much?
Sure. There are several reasons I wanted to come back. One is to ask more than once about different topics that might have been important, to see if the answers were consistent, to see if he'd thought about them or wanted to expand them or would expand them, to see if he would look any different or tell me any different things in a different environment, in the jail rather than the hospital. There were also things that I thought of that I hadn't asked or covered very well before, and I wanted to cover those. Wanted to be as thorough as possible.
Did you detect, and we saw some of it on the video, but did you detect a difference in how he presented down at the state hospital versus at the jail here?
I think there were some subtle differences. I probably won't remember all of them. He seemed a little bit more relaxed at the jail. I think you heard me mention on the tape that his pupils were not enlarged, at least that I noticed at the jail, at least at the time that I looked at it. Some of the style of my interview was different, which may have made him look a little bit different. For example, I got a little more philosophical. I did more of the talking. I kind of regret doing quite so much of the talking because the purpose is to have him talk. But as you know, he doesn't talk very much at some times. Let me stop there.
Okay. There's a couple things I want to touch on with you in that last couple segments that we saw that we had not quite heard before, and I want to ask you about them. One was the commitment that he makes to the value that he says that he receives from killing other human beings as abstract or theoretical. Why was it important for you to get into that with him?
I'm interested in whether his concept of gaining value or gaining a point for killing each other person was delusion set in his mind. That is, he believed it to be real and others didn't, or others wouldn't. Versus the idea that it was an idea he had or a philosophy that he had that didn't rise to the level of a delusion or a deeper belief. I think that covers the why.
And based on the information that you got, what did you conclude?
I'm still confused. I think there are aspects of delusion in it, and I think there are delusional aspects
to Mr. Holmes' psyche at the time that I saw him. He persisted in saying, even though I asked him several times, that the value or value points were not real. He never said that they were real, I don't believe, but that they were abstract or thoughts. I'm still not absolutely certain.
Does that cut towards the idea, though, that it's more of a belief, a philosophy, a value system, as opposed to true delusion?
That's the question, and I would lean a little bit toward philosophy or value system, but I'm happy to entertain the thought that it's within a delusion. That is, it's not realistic, and he believed it and believes it firmly.
In just a little bit, I'll get you to talk more about some of the psychiatric diagnostic stuff, including the definition of delusion. We'll get there in a moment. There's something else there. Do you remember an exchange where the defendant says to you, killing people is considered evil? You respond, considered evil by, and he responds, everyone. Why was that psychiatrically significant to your analysis here?
I was interested in whether he thought he was evil. The word evil comes up in his mind or in the conversations and in my mind. His firm belief that other people would believe the killing's evil suggests to me an ability, a capability of I'm not sure how to put it and stay within the limitations of the court.
Yes, is what you're saying that it suggests a capacity to know right from wrong under the societal standards of morality?
It suggests that with respect to the societal standards of morality, thank you. With regard to whether he thought himself evil, I think he wrestled with that and eventually said he didn't think himself evil.
For your purposes, Dr. Reed, is it the fact that he makes these comments, and in fact I'll refer you to one more. You addressed to him some statements he made to his girlfriend through a Google chat or a G chat. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he responds that it's considered evil by society as you press him. Is that a similar statement to the ones that you got from him on killing people is considered evil by everyone?
It's a similar statement. I think that's why I started that chain of conversation in the interviews, and the earlier statement came prior to the shootings.
Now, does it change your opinion about his capacity to know right from wrong based on that societal standard of morality if he says, I know it, but I don't necessarily think me doing it is evil?
It does not change my opinion.
He also uses the phrase a couple times in there, he calls himself manic. Is that a psychiatrically significant term to use?
The term is psychiatrically significant. I think there's a question about whether he understood the term as he was applying it to himself.
How about the last thing I want to ask you about these last section of interview is you have a discussion with him about a guy sitting in the front row of the theater. And he talks about him being a guy that's smiling at him. And there's a conversation you have with him about whether he shoots him or not. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Tell us why that's psychiatrically significant.
First of all, it tells me that, at least according to him, he was paying attention. He was able to report that detail, assuming it's accurate. He was able to report that. He wasn't such an automaton, if you will, that he wasn't aware of lots of things around him. Second, I was interested in why he didn't shoot him, why he elected not to shoot him. I think two things came up, at least two things came up. One is that by that time, according to him, he felt that he was done. And the second was, as he said several times, that would have been too personal.
He was able to make the choice not to shoot someone?
Yes, he was quite able to make the choice not to shoot.
All right, now I want to step back and just talk about a few other things that were touched upon throughout the videos, but we're going to segment them and talk about them in a little greater detail. One is, there is a conversation about Doctors Fenton and Feinstein, not just with you, but with other mental health providers in this case, and experts in this case, and even the notebook. So tell us a little bit about that in terms of when did those contacts with Dr. Fenton and Feinstein occur? And then let's talk about what you discovered from reviewing the discovery and talking with them that you found to be psychiatrically significant, okay?
Sure. If my memory serves, around early March of 2012, Mr. Holmes went to behavioral health or student health or something like that. He states because he felt anxiety, he felt anxious. There's one place in the record that suggests that Gargi told him to go or recommended that he go. But at any rate, he got there. He saw a social worker by the name of Ms. Roth. The social worker recognized what the social worker described as a person as anxious as anyone she'd ever seen, and also noted that he was talking about killing people. She then quickly referred him to a psychiatrist, Dr. Fenton, for further workup and evaluation. And I can go through the chronology some more if you like.
Let's step back. First off, what was the main complaint that it appears he went to go seek help for?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. Go ahead, sir.
He said, and the record reflects, that it was because he was feeling anxiety.
And that it impacted his public speaking?
Objection leading.
I'm not...
Hold on. It's a follow-up question to the last answer. I will allow it. Go ahead.
Now that you mention it, I recall seeing the public speaking thing in the record. I'm not sure exactly what else he said.
There's something else significant about what he told Ms. Roth that you just told us, and that was that he'd had these thoughts of killing people. What do you describe that?
I'm going to object to the manner or the form of the question. Counsel just said there's something significant, and he's testified, so I object to the form of the question.
Sustain as to the form of the question.
Doctor, the statement that you said that he made to Ms. Roth that he had thoughts of killing people, is that significant?
Sure.
Tell us why.
First of all, it indicates a potential dangerousness that everyone who hears that should pay lots of attention to. It may have to do with psychiatric things, it may not, but it means very strongly that whoever is seeing him needs to evaluate carefully and perhaps protect others as well.
Now, in your experience in the 40 years you've been doing this, have you come across people who have expressed similar thoughts at different times?
Similar, not absolutely exactly.
Now, does everyone that expresses something like that, is that a firm indication that they intend to act on it and soon?
No, most do not act on it.
So what sort of
relevance, Judge, at this point to what other people do?
Objection, and the objection is untimely, I should say. So the objection is overruled as untimely. It was made after the answer. Go ahead.
Now, Doctor, you said that after he sees Miss Roth, that she then refers him to a psychiatrist. Is that Dr. Fenton?
Yes.
Now tell us, what develops out of the times they spend together that was significant for you to consider?
Dr. Fenton did a psychiatric evaluation, an outpatient psychiatric evaluation, considered several diagnoses, treated him for anxiety, paid attention to his statements about wanting to kill others, and documented that she heard those statements and, in her judgment, he was not going to act on them. They saw each other 4 times, I believe. As I mentioned, she prescribed some medication primarily associated with alleviating anxiety. At some point, she believed it was important to have another psychiatrist come into the sessions, asked Mr. Holmes' permission, and Dr. Feinstein joined them, and the 3 of them met for 2 more sessions. All this happened, I believe, over the course of mid-March to June 11, 2012.
During that period of time leading up to June 11th, 2012, did Was there any other documented or even told to you by Fenton Feinstein, any other additional information provided by the defendant about whether he was planning to carry out these thoughts?
So far as I know from the notes and from the conversation with them, there were continuing comments about the thoughts, but nothing about specific victims, nothing about specific plans.
And those were asked?
Yes, those were asked.
Did they ever, during this time that they see him, does it ever document that he appeared suicidal?
They inquired about suicidality or suicide risk, and they came to the conclusion that he did not appear suicidal.
How about even depressed?
They assessed for depression. I don't recall exactly what they wrote down. I don't believe there was ever any diagnosis of a depressive illness. I don't remember whether depression was particularly mentioned in a list of symptoms or not.
Was there any indication as to whether his physical appearance changed at all, or hygiene at all, during the period that they met with him?
I remember one session, I think it was late in the 6 sessions, in which I think Dr. Feinstein said, either to me or in the record or both, that he smelled as if he didn't have good hygiene.
Was that the only reference to that you saw?
As I sit here, I don't recall any other. There may be one.
Do they ask him about, or is there anything in the record that suggests that he had told them that he was seeing any visual hallucinations?
No, he did not tell them about any visual hallucinations.
Shadows?
No.
Flickerings?
No.
Flashes?
No.
How about voices?
No, and I'm quite sure they asked about voices, and apparently he denied it. Now I'm saying what was in the record and what they told me, and hoping that that's representative of exactly what happened in the sessions.
How about any discussions where he gives information to them about human capital or anything like that?
I don't recall any such comment in the record or their conversation with me.
So you have this, it sounds like 4 sessions with Dr. Fenton plus 2 with Dr. Fenton and Dr. Feinstein, and you have these meetings with the defendant that take place over this period of time prior to the shooting. And given the information that was provided, was this the basis for some of the questions you asked the defendant about how forthcoming he was with Fenton and Feinstein?
It was part of the basis, yes.
And what did he tell you about all that?
He told me that he hit some things. He told me that he omitted some things. Told me that he believed or realized that if he told them more, they might or were likely to have him locked up, his phrase, which he didn't want.
How does that impact your assessment of his capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
It suggests that he believed other people would think something wrong or at least dangerous was likely to occur, was imminently going to occur, if he told them.
You said the last meeting that he had with Drs. Fenton and Feinstein was on June 11th. Is there anything in the record or through your conversations with Dr. Fenton and Feinstein where the defendant reveals to them that he has been amassing an arsenal of weapons?
Nothing at all.
Does he tell them anything about specific plans or targets on that June 11th, 2012 date?
No, so far as the record indicates or they indicate, he's kept all that from them.
He does share with them some other information about what his future plans may be. Is that true?
That's fair to say, sure.
What does he share with them?
He shares with them that he has failed his prelim exams, that he's dropping or dropped out of school, that he is going to go get a job. He may, I'm just not remembering, say that he was going to apply for unemployment. That dropping out of school or losing his job, so to speak, as a graduate student would cause the loss of the insurance. I think he said something about sticking around Denver rather than going back to San San Diego or something like that.
When he does that, does he reference his lease?
I know that he signed a lease that would extend for some time. I'm not recalling whether or not he said that on that day.
Okay, and you were about to say something else before I kind of rudely stepped on your words there.
Roughly halfway through the session I think was designed to last about 45 minutes. About 20 minutes into the session, he, according to them, abruptly said, I have to go now. I have to talk with my advisor or talk with somebody about dropping out, and without any ceremony left.
Now, you actually addressed this in this last portion of the videoed assessment where you ask him about how and why he ended up stopping and seeing Drs. Fenton and Feinstein, and you referenced the money portion based on what he'd sent in the notebook. Do you remember that?
I remember we talked about that topic.
Yeah, now, what does he tell you about the statements that he makes to Drs. Fenton and Feinstein about, hey, I'm going to stop seeing you because I'm losing my insurance?
It's a bit confused, what he told me. He referred to, I wasn't going to have any money, my insurance was, or I had money, but my insurance had dropped. He, somewhere along the line, Fenton and Feinstein realized that he had some savings he could have used. They offered or invited him, and he tells us in the video, they invited him to continue. They said, we'll find a way to see you. And what he said in the video here that we just saw was, I didn't continue because I was going to be busy with my mission.
And doesn't he also say that he needed an excuse to get out of the session?
He did use the word excuse, yeah.
Now, Dr. Fenton, does she also, after this, acquire some additional information that you could consider based on phone calls to the defendant's mother and the head of his department, someone named Sukumar, last name begins with a V?
Yes.
What did you learn from that?
I'm going to object on the basis of double hearsay.
Would counsel approach, please? All right, the question has been withdrawn. Mr. Bruckler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, you spent portions of this videotaped assessment several different times talking about the notebook that the defendant generated. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about certain parts of it. You went over it. Was it almost line by line, or did you just pick certain portions that you thought were most relevant to your assessment?
I think it was close to line by line. I may have missed certain things. I just don't recall specifically.
Look, there are portions that we even heard in opening statement that were read. How do you characterize the things that were written, not related to the schematics, not related to the planning to commit the murders? I'm talking about the other things that were assessed. And I'll break it down in this way. There's a portion where he seems to engage in some philosophical writings. Do you recall that?
Depending on what you mean by philosophical, yes.
I use that term. There are writings that are unrelated to what ails him and unrelated to the schematics about how he was going to carry out this crime and unrelated to him assessing which way he wanted to commit murder. Do you recall that?
Yes, there are.
Can you describe for us what the significance of those portions were to you?
If I might have a copy of it, I've got one in my bag back there, or just so that I can be more accurate.
You may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Sir, I don't have any writing in this, and I'm handing you just a generic copy of this. I don't intend to admit this into evidence, but take a look at that. And if it looks like the notebook, let us know. And then if you're referring to a specific page, would you tell us which page you're referring to?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I believe the question had to do with philosophical things.
That was my word, but don't use my word, dude.
Okay. The first thing I see. The first thing I see in the very beginning, and it doesn't have. It's a little confusing to look at.
Well, and doctor, let me just make a record of that too. The copy that you're looking at has 2 per page photographs, and then as you go past that, each page is full size.
Okay.
Does that help at all?
That's fine. One of the very first pages, titled Questions, simply says, what is the meaning of life? What is the meaning of death? And then there's a sort of a logo that I think folks may be familiar with by now, the circle with a 1 and an infinity in it, which he calls the ultraception.
Judge, I hate to interrupt, but can I have the page, please?
Sure. It's before the pages are even numbered. Yeah, I believe it's the first page of the book.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, tell us, what significance, if anything, does that have for you?
Simply that he's asking a question that lots of people ask.
Not unusual.
No, and the ultraception kind of logo is personal to him. It doesn't have any particular significance to me as a drawing. He talks about it later, what it means to him.
Okay. Can you go to the next page then,
sure,
and tell us which page number it is?
Page 27, and it jumps to page 27. No, I'm sorry, the page before 27 that's not numbered is a dedication to Goober, Chrissy, Bobo, love yous. Those are his family members.
Why is that significant, if at all?
It's simply a little unusual. I don't know who, when this was written, who it was intended to be read by, if anyone. Sometimes one journal or something isn't intended to be read by anyone. But it does say to his family members, and it's interesting, but I don't know what it means.
Well, let me ask you, does it affect the way you assess and look at this thing if it appears that it's written for someone else?
Objection, Judge. Calls for speculation. The witness has said that he can't say what that means.
Overruled. It's a different question than whether he knows what it means.
When something's written for someone else, it implies to me that the writing changes a little or a lot because it's no longer completely private. It's what you want that person to see, just as when you take a photograph that other people are expected to see. You likely take a different photograph than you would if you were taking it just for yourself to look at.
And does that consideration impact sort of how you go through and view some of the stuff that's written in there?
Oh, sort of. I don't want to make too big a deal of it.
Sure. After that page, which I think it begins not on page 27. How about the page after 27, which you would think is 28, but I don't see a 28 on it. Do you see?
It's not numbered, but it's just before 29. Oh, it is number 28, I beg your pardon.
Okay. Now, as we go through those things, how do those things impact you as you begin to add this to your assessment of the defendant prior to the shooting?
Without reading each one out loud, which you may or may not want me to do.
I do not.
They appear to be thoughts about life and the world and the universe and people, justice. They appear to be thoughts that he's thinking about and documenting the thoughts that he's having. Okay. Rather neatly, I might say.
Now, these things, do some of them do they strike you as philosophical or something else?
They strike me as philosophical. They're a little bit odd out of context. I don't know what he was thinking at the time. If you just read a sentence or a page, some of them look somewhat odd because I don't know the context. Perhaps they are odd, and there's an inference that they represent either an anguish in thinking about these things, concern about thinking about them, or perhaps a mental illness at various places.
Doctor, I know you've had the opportunity to review his performance in college and in undergrad. Is that fair?
Yes.
And did you see his transcripts?
Yes.
Did you ever, as part of your assessment, I didn't hear it on the videos, but as part of your global assessment, ever go back to see what philosophies were covered in the philosophy of life class he got an A in at the end of his undergraduate degree?
No, I never looked at that, never asked about it.
The schematics, as we move through this, right before them, I'm going to get you the page. 48. Judge, with the court's permission, could I publish that page?
Yes.
Ma'am, it's 341-48. I don't know what that is. Okay, this page right here, take a look at that, Doctor. I want to ask you, how does this impact, if at all, your assessment of the defendant's capacity to form the intent to murder after deliberation and to act knowingly, all those things?
The page by itself could just be thoughts. In context, it suggests an ability to plan and think about a crime, think about pros and cons. Some of the items appear to be the idea comes up and then the idea is discarded. That's the way I think about it.
Now, as we move through the following pages, and you do not have to put these up, ma'am, you can take them down, 49, 50, 51, 52. And these are all the schematics of the different theaters with the pros and cons and whatnot. How do you assess those?
Now it becomes more specific. It appears to reflect more realistic planning, or at least more realistic thoughts about planning. It still doesn't indicate that something's going to happen taken out of context. But In context, let me just.
And ma'am, would you put up 52 for us, please?
It appears to reflect a lot of trouble gone into both the thought and apparently the actual visiting or measuring of things going into planning the shootings.
Now I've got the top part of page 52 blown up here on the screen. Take a look at that if you would, Doctor. Is there anything about the fact that he's measuring where law enforcement or military would be and ETA 3 minutes? Does that impact your assessment?
It suggests that he estimates how long it will take for the police to get there, and suggests that that there are thoughts about whether or how long it might take for him to be caught or stopped.
Now, again, in this particular workbook, notebook, journal, there's a couple pages where he goes through a rather detailed assessment, not only of what he believes ails him.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point to the form of the question. Since that's not in evidence.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Ma'am, would you put up page 32? (32, 33, 34, 35, and the top of 36. Do you see those, Doctor?
I have them here, yes.
Yeah, how would you describe those pages?
Through 35, it's a little bit dim here, but through 35, he appears to be describing things that he is feeling or believes are characteristics of his that are concerning, that are disturbing to him. Now, symptoms, things like that.
Based on what we're seeing up here in the top of 32, do these appear to be just a one-word list, or is he going into some description of them?
He goes into considerable description.
Now, over those pages, is there anywhere in there that the defendant says that he's seeing shadows?
I looked for that before, so I can say no.
That he's hearing voices?
No.
Anything that juggles?
No.
Take that down there. I want to talk to you now about, we've talked a lot about capacity, but one of the things that you and the other experts do is try to come up with a diagnosis. Is that fair?
Yes.
Tell us about what a diagnosis means and what's it based on when you try to come up with one.
A diagnosis, generally speaking, is a concise description of a known regular group of symptoms or signs, speaking medically.
Does the diagnosis itself, whatever the name it is that it's given, does that tell us about how whatever that is impacts someone's function?
If you're speaking of psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is usually not, but sometimes it is.
Now, in this particular case, and we'll talk about how you got there, you have concluded that the defendant has a serious mental illness. Is that right?
Yes.
Tell us, when the term serious or significant or any other synonym is used with mental illness, what is it saying?
Okay. First of all, serious mental illness to me is not quite synonymous with significant mental illness. Serious means a measurable defect on function or feeling or ability to get along in the world or comfort, things like that. That seems to me to go beyond the word simply significant.
So, serious goes beyond the word significant? Is that what you're saying?
To me.
Okay. So in this particular case, without getting to the names that may apply, what did you determine the mental illness, how it impacted or interfered with the defendant's function?
It caused him to have considerable difficulty communicating with some other people in particularly social ways. Not all people, but most. Caused him to misperceive sometimes what people around him thought or meant when they were interacting with him. Caused him to be very nervous, or I'll say anxious, in some or many social situations. Caused him in some ways to think oddly and to behave oddly. Interfered with his ability to reach his maximum potential in school or work. Interfered with his ability to form close or intimate relationships. I'm sure that's not an exhaustive list, but those are the things I think of.
The things you're describing, are most of them related to his ability to function closely socially, that sort of thing, and communicate socially?
A lot of them are. I don't know that it's most of them, because some of them have to do with the way he views the world and how comfortable he is with the world, not just the way he interacts with the world.
Okay. Is there a book, a manual, a treatise, or something that you and other psychiatrists use to try to diagnose someone in terms of mental illness?
There are several, but the one that's most common and the one that I think you're referring to is something called the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, published by the American Psychiatric Association.
Okay, now that means there must be 4 other prior editions?
Actually, there are 5 prior editions, but that's correct. There were 2 editions of the 4th edition. There were 2 versions of the 4th edition.
Now, and how do they change over time?
There's been an effort since before 1950, I think, to make the diagnoses more valid, that is, more scientifically correct, and more reliable, that is, so that one clinician using the same criteria will come to the same diagnosis or close to the same diagnosis as another clinician given the same set of symptoms. That process and those diagnostic criteria and other things in the book have been arrived at by task forces and committees of hundreds of psychiatrists, psychologists, neuroscientists, and then reviewed in the field by thousands of psychiatrists, psychologists, and neuroscientists.
And we can call it the DSM-5 for short?
That's the better way to say it.
Is the DSM-5 a book that is relied upon by psychiatrists in your field?
Yes.
Do you rely upon the DSM-5?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sir, I'm handing you this purple book. Do you recognize what that book is? And ignore the tabs.
Yes, this is the DSM-5. I will say that I didn't know until you started mentioning it in this trial that it's purple. I thought it was blue.
Oh, that could be me.
And I don't mean to make light of things. This is a serious time. Okay.
Well, that's all right. I have a color impairment. So anyway, that book, whatever that book's color is, that's the DSM-5?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is there some cautionary word from this manual and the people that put it out about using these diagnostic criteria that we're about to talk about in a setting exactly like this one?
Objection, Judge. No leading. May I approach?
You may. All right, the objection is overruled. You may proceed.
Doctor, your answer to that question?
Yes, there is. For the past at least 3 editions of the DSM, there's been what the APA calls a cautionary statement with regard to the use of the DSM in non-clinical settings, particularly administrative and particularly forensic ones.
Now, is this actually a cautionary statement about the entire book?
I believe it is. I'm quite familiar with the statement, yeah.
Who is the book written for?
Clinicians.
That's not us in here.
That's not most of us in here so far as I know.
Okay. What I'd like to ask you to do is there are 2 paragraphs that address this here. Could you please read for us paragraph number 1, and then I'm going to ask you to read paragraph number 3.
Sure. The title is Cautionary Statement for Forensic Use of DSM-5. Although the DSM-5 diagnostic criteria and text are primarily designed to assist clinicians in conducting clinical assessment, case formulation, and treatment planning, DSM-5 is also used as a reference for the courts and attorneys in assessing the forensic consequences of mental disorders. As a result, it is important to note that the definition of mental disorder included in the DSM-5 was developed to meet the needs of clinicians, public health professionals, and research investigators, rather than all of the technical needs of the courts and legal professionals. It is also important to note that DSM-5 does not provide treatment guidelines for any given disorder.
Paragraph number 3 begins, however.
However, the use of DSM-5 should be informed by an awareness of the risks and limitations of its use in forensic settings. When DSM-5 categories, criteria, and textual descriptions are employed for forensic purposes, there is a risk that diagnostic information will be misused or misunderstood. Those dangers arise because of the imperfect fit between the questions of ultimate concern to the law and the information contained in a clinical diagnosis. In most situations, the clinical diagnosis of a DSM-5 mental disorder, such as intellectual disability, intellectual developmental disorder, schizophrenia, major neurocognitive disorder, gambling disorder, or pedophilic disorder, does not imply that an individual with such a condition meets legal criteria for the presence of a mental disorder or a specified legal standard, e.g. for competence, criminal responsibility, or disability. For the latter, additional information is usually required beyond that contained in the DSM-5 diagnosis, which might include information about the individual's functional impairments and how these impairments affect the particular abilities in question. It is precisely because impairments, abilities, and disabilities vary widely within each diagnostic category that assignment of a particular diagnosis does not imply a specific level of impairment or disability.
Thank you, Doctor. What is that telling us, in your expert opinion?
2 things. That when diagnoses and diagnostic criteria such as those in DSM-5 are used in a courtroom setting, that needs to be accompanied by some sort of explanation from a clinical source. The second, and I think important here, is that diagnoses, and they mention schizophrenia particularly, but it applies to virtually all the diagnoses, do not necessarily bear on the questions that a court asks, such as questions related to criminal responsibility, particularly when the question has to do, when the legal question has to do with how the person functioned at some particular time, rather than simply whether or not the diagnosis existed.
Or whether they had the capacity to form intent, knowing, or whether they had the capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality.
Action leading.
Overruled. In this case, those are the questions, and that would apply.
Would you please do us the favor anyway of talking us through how you came to your conclusion about what diagnoses may apply here to the defendant and why?
First, I looked at the record, particularly regarding the defendant. I looked at the record of his evaluations, of his treatment, of his various psychological testing and other testing, records of interviews with him, records of how other people view him or have experienced him, particularly prior to the shootings. Then I spent a fair amount of time with him talking about lots of things, and the process of talking with him was also creating, in my mind, something called a mental status examination, which helps me understand how he is mentally functioning as I'm talking with him. Then I take the things that I find, and I think this is true of other people like me too, not just me. I take the things that I find, and I think in my mind, does this fit any psychiatric diagnosis? And if so, which diagnosis or diagnoses may it fit? Then I go to the DSM-5 and other references as well, generally. But ultimately, I'll go to the DSM-5 and see which of the criteria appear to apply to the defendant and all those characteristics. The fit is never, or almost never, exact, but the criteria are set out with a little bit of room. For example, many of the diagnoses might list for one part of a diagnosis 5 or 6 or 7 different things, and if he has 4 or 5 or 6 of them, then that's a mark toward the diagnosis.
In this particular case, doctor, tell us what conclusion you came to and why.
My conclusion is that he meets the criteria for something called schizotypal personality, SCHIZOTYPAL personality, and may well meet the criteria for something called delusional disorder. I was aware as I did that he comes close to meeting criteria for some other similar disorders, but the one I think is most applicable and the one for which he does meet the criteria, in my opinion, is schizotypal personality.
You said delusional disorder, and we've heard you refer to a delusion. What is the psychiatric definition of a delusion?
A delusion is a fixed belief that is also false, a fixed false belief. And in addition, it's a belief that is generally not held by others in a society. That allows us to say that religions are not a delusion, whether somebody thinks they're false or not false. But one may be delusional within a religion if his or her belief is way outside those bounds. The example I usually give is, for example, a charismatic Christian may well not be delusional, but if he or she truly believes that he's Jesus Christ, he very probably is delusional, even within that religious belief.
Now, in this particular case, you concluded, it sounds like, that the defendant has at least one delusion. Did you conclude one or more than one?
The defendant has some, I'm pretty well convinced, he has some experiences of delusion. Whether he meets the criteria for delusional disorder or not is another matter, but within schizotypal personality disorder, there's room for one of the criteria that one may meet, doesn't have to, is that delusions exist. And I believe that at various times he has had them and probably has some chronic delusions as well.
Like what?
Some of the more temporary ones had to do with the idea that that he expressed and told Dr. Fenton about, that Dr. Fenton had purposely locked him out of the office one day, and that a box sitting near Dr. Fenton's desk had some meaning that the box didn't really have. That was apparently short-lived and limited. The larger one, a larger one, the one that stands out, is the delusion that if he kills someone, he somehow takes on something representative of their value, even though it's arbitrary to him. And once again, I'm a little confused about that. Both Dr. Fenton and Dr. Feinstein talked about him being paranoid, which has an implication of delusion in it. And I think I'm not doing a very good job of explaining.
Well, let me just ask you, you said you're confused about whether or not this belief that he has this increased value from killing people is a delusion. Well, I want to ask you, based on the definition that you give.
Objection, misstates the testimony. Object to the form of the question.
Overruled.
I want to ask, go ahead, sir. If you need to clarify something I said, please do that.
Okay. If I may, I'm going to... Okay. I would not argue with somebody that, with a professional, with a clinician, that says this is a delusional characteristic. He doesn't really have the value of other people, and that's that. He believes in it. It's a fixed and false belief that nobody else holds. As I kind of philosophically look at it, is it merely a philosophical belief? I leave room for somebody else who might say that it is. I lean toward the idea of delusion. Sorry that I'm so vague about it.
Well, let me ask you then to clarify. What are some classic delusions that might help us understand what the delusion is based on that definition you gave?
Some of the common ones, the persecutory ones, are somebody's out to get me. And it's not just because they're really out to get me. You heard him talk about the possibility that police cars parked around his apartment from time to time were there watching him. When he thought about it a little bit, he sort of explained that maybe they weren't really there to watch him. He considered the possibility that they weren't watching him. That moves us a little away from delusion. The idea that another example would be somebody who thinks he or she is someone grandiose. I'm the king of England. I'm the queen of the desert. And with a true belief in that, not I feel like queen of the desert. I am the queen of the desert, and nothing you can say will dissuade me of that. There are other examples, but that's the idea.
Can I ask you some hypotheticals? Somebody thinks that the person that they're killing is not a person, but instead is a demon inhabiting a person's body. Would that be a delusion?
Truly believed, that would be a delusion, and that would be a relevant one for a criminal court in some cases.
How about someone who believes if they don't engage in some conduct that California will break off the U.S. and slip into the ocean?
That would be a delusion.
Now, do all those things have as a common characteristic, including the ones you gave, they are either factually accurate or they are factually inaccurate? Is that fair?
If I'm understanding you, the clearness that they're factually inaccurate,
like that person is really the queen of whatever,
is important. That's important to the concept, sure.
So I want to ask you, regarding this potential delusion about value, the defendant, did he tell you it was a factual value or abstract and theoretical?
And Judge, that misconstrues the testimony.
He's asking the question. Overruled.
and that's partly my point. When I asked him, is this something real or something that you've made up for yourself, he really wouldn't say it was real. He said, in effect, I made it up for myself. It came from inside me. It's arbitrary. And that's where I have a little bit of problem with it. I don't mean to be making this more complicated than it is. It may be arguing about the number of angels that can dance on the head of a pin.
Yeah, well, I'm going to continue to ask you a couple more angel-related questions then, okay? If this belief, as has been described, and I'm asking you a hypothetical now, if a belief is one that is theoretical, is abstract, is one that has no physical component to it, no disprovable physical component to it, how is it that anybody can say whether it is a false belief?
I'm afraid I don't buy the premise.
Well, tell me.
There are lots of things that we can't test that we're still pretty sure are false beliefs. If that's what you're saying.
Yeah. Let me try to make it simpler. I love Justin Bieber. I think Justin Bieber is the greatest performer on the planet Earth. Okay, let's say that. And no matter what you do, you can show me Beatles, Elvis, country music, whatever it is. I am never going to be dissuaded from that because I value him as the greatest performer ever in the history of music. Now, if everybody on the planet Earth voted and said, we disagree with that, Bieber fever is over, that's it, he's awful, is that a delusion on my part? Or is that just a value, a subjective value that I've chosen to place on something?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. Go ahead, sir.
It sounds like a value you have chosen, and you use the word subjective. And interestingly, I believe Mr. Holmes used the term subjective as well in the video. Now, he may have been using the word subjective in another context.
Yeah, I'd object to that as a misstatement of the evidence.
The jury will rely on its own memory of what's on the videotape. All right.
Go ahead, sir.
You're not delusional just because you think Justin Bieber is the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Well, then, can you help me understand how can the defendant be considered delusional because he has decided for himself, by himself, that he gets some indescribable increase of value by killing other people?
It depends on the clinical judgment, and I've kind of already said that there are ways to interpret it as something other than a delusion, and ways I wouldn't argue with to interpret it as a delusion. Either way, we're left with the defendant as he is, whatever we call it.
Understood. Is believing or is concluding that there's a delusion one of the diagnostic criteria for schizotypal personality disorder?
It's one of the criteria, but it need not be met. It's one of the possible criteria. You only have to meet 5 of 8 in that particular section.
In this particular case, tell us which ones you think apply to the defendant for your diagnosis. And doctor, I see you referring to something. Can we presume that's your report?
Yes, I'm referring to my report.
Do us a favor. When you're referring to your report, would you tell us that and
Sure.
tell us what page you're looking at?
Sure. I'm looking at pages 5 and 6 of my report, and on those pages I quote heavily or summarize from the DSM-5. Within one portion of the way one diagnoses schizotypal personality, there are 9 things to consider, and the person needs to have 5 in order to pass that particular hurdle in getting to the diagnosis. And let me point out that the diagnoses are not rote cookbook things. They involve clinical judgment and clinical wrestling sometimes, just as we've been talking about whether such and such is a delusion or not. One of the things that he has, in my opinion, is odd beliefs or magical thinking that influence his behavior and are inconsistent with cultural norms. Part of that odd belief or magical thinking, in my view, would be the thinking that if he kills someone, he gets something from that. Another is unusual perceptual experiences, including bodily illusions. We've talked about Mr. Holmes describing seeing flickers or shadows. There are points in the notebook in which he describes, and he described to me, wondering if his nose is a certain way, wondering if some other body parts are working or not working, that I think are likely to be illusions about his body. And certainly the other perceptual experience would be the shadows or the flickers, assuming that they're as he's describing them. A third one is odd thinking and speech, such as, but not necessarily limited to, vagueness, circumstantiality that's wandering around before you come back to the point, speaking in metaphors, over-elaborating a stereotyped speech. The way he has talked with me and with some other people it reflects an odd way of speaking, and I believe reflects an odd way of thinking as well. The fourth one, suspiciousness or paranoid thinking. I think that's present to at least some extent at some times, and we've already talked about, and I'm talking about before the shootings, we've already talked about him thinking that Dr. Fenton's box had a particular significance, or Dr. Feinstein's cast had a particular significance for him. The fifth one, sixth one on the list, but the fifth one that he has, in my opinion, inappropriate or constricted, limited affect. Affect means your facial expression or your emotions as they come through your face. We see in Mr. Holmes a somewhat flattened or blunted affect. Some affects I've simply not seen. Significant anger, significant sadness, things like that. Seen a little humor. But mostly his face doesn't change much as he talks with us, or to anyone that I know of. Another one, I think it would be number 5, maybe whichever number it is. Odd, eccentric, or peculiar appearance or behavior. The way he behaves with people, I believe, is a bit odd, and I would put a check mark there. Some people wouldn't. They would say he's not particularly eccentric. He doesn't wear green clothes all the time or something like that. If we think about his dyeing his hair red, I don't think that's a big deal in this particular context. The next one, lack of close friends or confidants other than close family. He has some friends, or has had some friends. They're not that close, and when they get close, he has difficulty with that. He has had some close friends, but there's an overall lack of them and difficulty with those interactions. And finally, the last one on the list is excessive social anxiety that doesn't diminish with familiarity, and tends to be associated with paranoid fears rather than negative judgments about himself. That may or may not be present, since when he becomes more familiar with people, the anxiety tends to decrease. It's a little hard to tell. He was with me for a fair amount of time, and the anxiety may have decreased a little bit. I'm not sure whether that one applies to him or not, particularly because if it's there, well, let me go back on that. Tending to be associated with paranoid fears rather than negative judgments about oneself. It may be there, it may not. Any way you cut it, I believe there are at least 5 of those 9 things that are clearly present in Mr. Holmes. Now, there's another part of the diagnosis, and that is that he doesn't meet, in order to make the diagnosis, he cannot meet criteria for certain more serious illnesses, such as schizophrenia. If he is diagnosed accurately with schizophrenia, then in my book, he doesn't have schizotypal personality. Maybe he had it before and it became schizophrenia. The issue there is, does he meet the initial criteria for schizophrenia? I believe he does not meet those, so I would, or did not prior to the shootings, so I would leave him here. I'm aware that some other people believe he does meet those criteria. I don't have an enormous argument with him, except that, and maybe this is going too far with your question, except that I don't believe he had a significant psychotic break prior to the shootings. That is a significant and lasting break with reality.
Your Honor, I think you're about to ask me if I needed 15 minutes more, and I do, and then I'll be done.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a break then. All right, members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please keep in mind all of the advisements that I've been giving you with respect to your conduct. They all apply during the break. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Now, let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. I'll see you folks back here in 20 minutes. The court will be in recess.
Please rise.
The only way to find out what one man can do is to do it. So I grabbed new Starbucks.
Jury's back in the courtroom. Welcome back, members of the jury. Mr. Bruckler, you want to proceed with your direct examination of Dr. Reed?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
All right, Dr. Reed, I remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
And then I want to remind the jury that the court has admitted the testimony of Dr. Reed only for a limited purpose. You may consider this testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Mr. Bruckler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, we were talking about schizotypal personality disorder and some of the diagnostic criteria. What I want to ask you is, in terms of the serious mental illnesses that there are, is schizotypal one of them?
Yes.
What percentage of the population has a serious mental illness?
Objection. Relevance?
Sustained.
Doctor, is one of the hallmarks of schizotypal personality disorder...
Actually, let me back up.
Yes, sir.
I will overrule myself. Overruled.
Yes, sir.
The objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Okay. Did you know that question that I asked before?
Yes. What percentage of the population has a serious mental illness?
Yes, sir.
What I would consider to be a serious mental illness, or what various professional groups consider something called severe and chronic mental illness, give or take altogether 3 to 5% of the population.
3 to 5% of the population?
3 to 5%.
Across the planet or in the United States? Or does
at least in the United States. And most conditions are not limited to any particular cultural group or gender or race.
Is it the hallmark of a serious mental illness that someone is violent or prone to murder?
No, not at all.
How about schizotypal personality disorder specifically?
Not at all. Murder and serious crime violence is quite uncommon.
How about, well, let's go to one extreme. How about schizophrenia?
It's quite uncommon.
I want to ask you if you formed an opinion as to whether or not the defendant was floridly psychotic or suffered some psychotic break on July 19th and or 20th of 2012.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes, I have an opinion.
Tell us about it.
My opinion is that there is no indication at all that I know of that Mr. Holmes was, I'm going to use the phrase, floridly psychotic on July 19 or 20. What I mean by floridly psychotic, I guess it's a term of psychiatrists and psychologists. The psychosis or the break with reality is very evident. I mean, I guess think of a flower that's completely there in all its color. I have no indication at all that he was anything like that at any time on July 19 or 20.
In coming up with your opinion as to whether or not the defendant had the capacity to know right from wrong based on social standards of morality, tell us what things you considered and factored into that opinion.
If I may, I'll refer to my report.
Yeah, would it refresh your recollection to go through those things and tell us?
I outlined them in a good way, I think, of thinking about it in the report relatively quickly.
What page are you on, Doctor?
I'm on page 3 through 5.
Doctor, forgive me. Now that I've got you right there, can I back up 1 second?
Sure.
I was just reminded I didn't follow up on something. We talked about florid psychosis, and you do not believe that the defendant was floridly psychotic back when these murders were committed. Is that different than a psychotic break?
One can have a psychotic break and not be absolutely psychotic in every way, but it's very, very noticeable when one has what psychiatrists and psychologists call a psychotic break. It's very noticeable both to professionals and to non-professionals around the individual. Everyone, in my opinion, any reasonable person would know something was very wrong.
Did you see any evidence of that with the defendant around the 19th, 20th of July 2012?
Objection asked and answered.
This is a little different. This is more specific than the last question asked. Overruled.
I saw no indication of that. There is an action, namely the violent action, that's quite unusual, but that it's simply the evidence for a psychotic break, something acute like that, is just not there.
And so let me jump forward now, sort of backward to the question I asked, which is, can you tell us what findings you made that helped you come to your opinion about whether the defendant had the capacity to know right from wrong based on the standard the court has advised the jury of?
Sure. There is lots and lots of evidence with regard to his having the capacity to know that the shootings would be highly illegal. There is no evidence that I know of that suggests that he didn't have the capacity to know that the shootings would be highly illegal. His planning, rehearsing, practicing were hidden from others, surreptitious. He planned and considered and or implemented various methods of distraction or escape. He carefully chose a method of killing that he reasonably believed would result in maximum death, with minimum chance that he would be stopped before shooting and killing many people. He carried out the shootings and related behaviors deliberately and methodically. He knew beforehand that his victims would suffer and that they would not have wanted to be shot or killed. things have come to mind since I wrote the report that kind of overlap with this. I see no indication in the record that he was particularly disorganized in his activities around that time.
Hang on one second. You got to tell us what that word means. What does disorganization mean, and why is it psychiatrically significant?
His thinking, although odd in some ways, was not disorganized. It was a rational. He went through rational steps to accomplish the task. The reasoning he used in accomplishing the task was generally deductive reasoning, if you will. If I do this, such and such is likely to happen. If I do that, something else is likely to happen or not likely to happen. Those are counter to the thought that he was psychotic and out of touch with reality.
I want to ask you a couple follow-up questions on that. You said that one of the things you considered was that his planning and practice were surreptitious. What are you referring to?
He didn't tell his doctors about many aspects of the things that would have been important to tell them. He didn't let anybody see what he was doing in his apartment. He didn't talk with anybody about his plan when he, in his words, cased the theater. As far as I know, he didn't tell anybody what he was doing. He didn't tell any of his friends who asked how he was doing at various times and how was he. Didn't tell any of them. This was a part of his life, unlike other parts of his life at the time, that he very much kept to himself, I believe, for the specific purpose of being allowed to continue it and not being stopped.
How about when you said he had methods of distraction and escape?
His cell phone ruse, that is, he figured out a way to be able to leave the theater without drawing attention to himself by pretending he got a cell phone call so he could go outside and put on his regalia, his body armor, etc., and get the weapons. He chose, by the way, not to walk through the theater wearing the body armor and the weapons, although I think he had some sort of leg protection underneath his pants. He parked his car behind the theater. He had some general ideas of what he might do to escape, but I want to be clear that he has consistently said that he didn't plan very much at all beyond the killings. He wasn't planning to run off somewhere, as far as anybody knows, but he did have a couple things in his car that were consistent with the possibility of escape. Those are things that come to mind. There are probably others.
What about the venue that he chose to commit these murderous acts?
He talked a lot with me and with others, and in his notebook, about choosing a place that was contained, that would have lots of people in it at a particular time, in which before the police got there, even though the police station was closed, before they got there, he could kill some people. He thought about other kinds of venues and eliminated them for rational, or at least pretty rational, reasons. Don't want to make a bomb because I don't know how to make a bomb. Don't want to do it at an airport for various reasons that he jotted down. So that within that task, he chose the venue, the time, etc., carefully.
What about methods to incapacitate his would-be victims?
He purchased and used some tear gas or a tear gas-like material to both protect himself and incapacitate the victims. He had a plan to lock one of the escape doors with handcuffs. He didn't carry it out. He planned to do that and purchased the handcuffs. He specifically didn't want people to escape and kept them from escaping by shooting them or shooting at them. I'm not thinking of other victim incapacitating things.
How about the decision to cover himself head to toe with body armor?
It's clear that he decided to do that and rationally carried out ways to do that, ordered the materials, tried them on. They were the kind of materials I think that a rational person would buy, although I'm not a criminologist or a ballistics expert. He described, and I can think of at least two reasons for that. One has to do with protecting himself so he doesn't get killed. Another has to do with surviving long enough to kill more people.
What about this notion that he wanted to keep it, in his words, impersonal?
That description to me is not a reliable description. I don't know exactly what's in his mind as he says that. No one can know what's in his mind. When I asked him about other ways of killing people that might cause more deaths and less collateral damage, for example, sniping or ambushing people, the fact that he said that was too personal seemed odd to me, since in order to carry out the theater shooting, he moved through the theater with lots of people around, sat among people. When he came back in, was aware that at least some of the time, I don't believe all the time, but at least some of the time, he was aiming at specific people who were doing specific things that he didn't like or didn't want to occur, such as leave. When he talked about the person who was apparently emptying the trash into a trash dumpster while he was changing in his car, he said, or strongly implied, that he was willing to kill that person. Actually, he didn't say kill that person. He said there was a gun for that purpose in the door of the car. That would have been, in my view, pretty up close. And I think I asked him about that being what I called up close and personal. So that whatever he may have meant, there were some close attributes to that. Perhaps I'm not saying that very well.
If we're to take the defendant at his word that he believed that he would increase his value by murdering more people, does that impact at all your opinion about whether he knew right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
How about the fact that he says, subsequent to being arrested, that he believed that he would have possibly committed suicide if he hadn't murdered all these people? Does that impact his capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
It doesn't suggest to me an impact on such a capacity. It may be a belief that he had. It may be. But it doesn't say anything to me about his capacity to know right from wrong.
The other part of this sanity standard that the judge has read involves the capacity to form the intent to kill after deliberation and then to act knowingly. Now, there may be some overlap with some of the things you've just described, but are there additional things that you considered that were factored into your opinion about his capacity to form the intent to kill after deliberation and to act knowingly?
Objection asked and answered.
I think this is a different question than what was asked before. So, overruled.
It's very clear to me that he had the capacity to form that kind of intent and the capacity to know those things. I just don't see any indication that he did not.
Would you, in your expert opinion, characterize the evidence that speaks to his capacity to know right from wrong, and his capacity to form the intent to kill after deliberation and to act knowingly?
Sure.
Leading.
Overruled?
Sure. There's so much of it. There's so much evidence in that direction, in my opinion, that I could talk about it or read things for a long time. Generally, pretty much everything I've said goes to that, plus his own statements 2 years later. We need to remember that those statements were 2 years later, that he was aware of what society thought and believed, and that it was worth it to him for the things he thought he would get out of it, namely 50-50 chance of being less depressed, of not committing suicide, and the additional points to increase his value or his feeling of value. They were, I think he stated very clearly, they were worth it in spite of what he described as a capacity to know what society thought about that.
Objection, that misstates the evidence.
Members of the jury, remind you again that you have to rely on your own memory of the evidence as opposed to this witness's recollection of it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Beyond the statements that you talked about, which admittedly were 2 years after the fact, did you consider in formulating these opinions the other evidence that took place before and even after July the 19th and 20th, 2012, in coming up with your opinion?
Sure, and that evidence and pieces of the record, etc., from before and just after are important. They have to do with his conversations with other people, his conversations, for example, with Gargi, I believe his girlfriend at the time, and then his friend for some time after that, about waiting until he was old to kill people because you get arrested for that, or that means your life is over, or something like that. I take into consideration reports that I read of people who saw him soon thereafter, interviews I read or viewed on video of him, comments from people who were around him in July, in June, and I believe also in July, Dr. Fenton's comments as of up to June 11th, things like that.
If someone else were to disagree with your diagnosis and say, I think that the defendant suffers from something called schizoaffective disorder, would that change your opinion about his capacity to know right from wrong and to be able to form the culpable mental states in this case?
No, because everything I've described is simply something that he did or was able to do, no matter what his diagnosis was.
Even if that diagnosis was schizophrenia?
Even if his diagnosis was schizophrenia.
At the end of the day, are the things that you relied upon to form your opinion about the diagnosis or the defendant's ability to function?
I'm sorry?
Your opinions.
Oh, are they about diagnosis or ability to function? With regard to my task with the court, it's about his ability to function.
Doctor, within a reasonable degree of certainty in your areas of expertise, was the defendant legally sane under the standards the court has given you on July the 19th and 20th of 2012?
Without meaning to usurp the jury's job, and it's a tough job, I believe so.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. King. Take your time.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Hi, Mr. King.
I don't know if I'm going to be done with you by 5 o'clock.
I understand.
But before we play all of the videos again for the jury, I have some questions for you.
Surely.
What I'd like to do with the time that I have remaining this afternoon and tomorrow morning is I'd like to, with your permission, sir, do the following. I'd like to have a discussion with you about the way you approach this examination, if I may. I'd like to have a discussion with you about your qualifications and experience, if I may. I'd like to talk with you about mental illness or disease generally speaking. And more specifically, I have some questions about the schizophrenia spectrum disorders and other disorders that are diagnosed by the various clinicians in this case. And then finally, I'd like to talk with you about some of the conversations you had with Mr. Holmes and the things that he said, and follow up on some of the points that Mr. Brockler has raised with you over the course of the past week or so. Is that okay with you?
Sure.
I would first like to talk about two kind of general topics that apply here, if you will. And the first of those is malingering, and the second is memory. Malingering, sir, is the feigning of psychiatric symptoms. Is that correct?
It's the feigning of pretty much any symptom or medical symptom, including psychiatric ones, with the specific intent of gaining something. There's another condition in which you feign without that, but I understand what you're saying.
And with regard to malingering and gaining a benefit, you're talking about, as an example, what an example might be somebody who's seeking to get declared so that they can receive SSI or some kind of support for being disabled along those lines due to a psychiatric condition. If you were to evaluate someone who was in that position, you would want to bear that in mind, that there was that possible motivation there. Is that right?
Yes.
And malingering, or the feigning of symptoms, is something that all clinicians have to be concerned about in all circumstances, right?
To some extent, particularly, and we're taught particularly when there's a gain to having a diagnosis or the symptoms.
And I gave one example of that. Certainly another example of that might be if someone was facing criminal charges.
Sure.
And it would depend on what they desired the outcome to be, obviously, but there may be, in that circumstance, a concern that the person might be feigning symptoms, faking it, in order to gain some kind of benefit in court. Fair to say?
Fair enough.
Now, even people who have mental illnesses can malinger. Isn't that right? Sometimes people may have a mental illness, but they may exaggerate it. Fair to say?
Exaggeration may be a little different from malingering, but it's certainly true that people with mental illness sometimes malinger or attempt to malinger.
And the way that you guard against malingering, and as a forensic psychiatrist, and I'm going to go through that in a while, but your specialty is forensic psychiatry, correct?
Correct.
And that has to do with the intersection of psychiatry and the law. Fair to say?
Fair enough.
You're trained especially in doing what you're doing here today, testifying in court about legal matters for judges and juries. Fair to say?
It's one of the things that I do. I don't spend much of my time doing it, but it's one of the things that I do.
And the way that you guard against possible malingering in that context is that you really have to be very vigilant about it and keep your eye open for it all the time, right?
That's one of the things, sure.
You have to match what the person says to what the person says to other people, correct?
That's one of the ways to guard, yes.
You have to compare the person's descriptions to other evidence in the history or in the case itself that would either corroborate that testimony or those statements or contradict it.
If it's available, yes, it's a great idea to do that, and I recommend it.
And I'm going to talk to you about statements that are made and memory in just a while, but I'm trying to focus just on this area right now as I go through. And the way that you, as a psychiatrist, normally do this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is twofold. You in the course of your clinical interviews and your interactions with the patient or the defendant, you you employ your clinical experience and your training to make an evaluation of what you think is the situation with regard to whether the person is malingering or feigning symptoms, right?
That's part of it. It's not the most reliable part of it, but that's part of it.
And another reliable part of it is that you can engage in psychological or neuropsychological testing that will test for effort and feigning, correct?
There are some tests, particularly for feigning, for some disorders, and there are a number of tests in which a part of the test has to do with whether the test is taken honestly with appropriate effort, yes. And you may have misunderstood an answer that I made earlier. Forgive me if you didn't. When you asked about using one's clinical experience in the interview, one of the things I said was that is not the most reliable thing. It's useful. And I just wanted to be sure that you didn't class that as one of the super reliable things.
No. What are the super reliable things that you're referring to then?
I wish there were ultimately reliable ways. They very often have to do with, perhaps most important, corroborating information, seeing if what the person says comports accurately with the person's medical record, with observations of other people over time, with information from a time in which the particular question didn't matter, such as before a crime or such as before. I don't want to go on too long, but I think
and forgive me, but I thought that's what I was asking you about when I asked you about corroboration and the changes in statements. Is that the kind of thing you're talking about now?
Yes.
And my question then was, you view those things in light of your own clinical experience as an experienced psychiatrist, correct?
Sure.
When it comes to the psychological testing, that's not something that you do yourself as a regular matter. Is that right?
I don't personally do testing. I refer it elsewhere. And although I'm familiar with some tests, if we get much further in questions about that, I'll ask you to ask a psychologist.
And I think we're going to have an opportunity to do that. But just so that we're clear, that's fairly normal for psychiatrists to not themselves administer psychological testing. That really is more often the purview of a psychologist, fair to say?
That's a true statement.
And the difference, again, and I think Mr. Brockman may have touched on this, but the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist, well, first of all, they're both mental health professionals.
True.
They both treat individuals with mental illnesses.
The clinical ones do, yes.
They both can diagnose mental illnesses.
The clinical ones, yes.
Depending on their credentials, they can render opinions about sanity or other opinions. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
And the one thing, well, not the one thing, but a significant difference, certainly, is that psychiatrists such as yourself are MDs, right? Medical doctors.
That's correct.
That means you went to medical school, as we know, and then you decided to specialize in the area of psychiatry, correct?
And then took further training in that. That's correct.
So you had to go through all of the normal training that every other doctor goes through to get by medical school, and then you went on for further training in psychiatry. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And a psychologist is someone who doesn't have an MD but has a PhD normally.
Most clinical psychologists, those practicing and licensed to practice in states that I know of, have doctorate degrees, PhDs, yes.
Some have a thing called a PSY.
There's a PsyD, there's an EDD, but they have a doctoral level training and often an internship in the clinical aspects of psychology.
And I don't want to, again, get too in-depth to these psychological instruments or tests that are given, but these are things that are normed very often, are normed statistically against the general population. Fair to say?
The good ones are normed, that is validated. They're tested against members of the general population, often also against members of a particular diagnostic group or members of a particular cultural group or legal group, such as people in prison or people with depression, something like that.
And many of these instruments, like the MMPI or the PAI, and I'm using acronyms, or the SIRS, SIRS, are normed to the populations, and that's in order to provide an objective measure, in a sense, of how that person's testing relates to others in the population who may or may not have a mental illness.
I think it's fair to say, and I'll try to stay within my expertise here, that the effort is to take group data and accurately apply it to individuals where one can.
And in this case, involving Mr. Holmes, you did both of those methods, I guess, of testing for whether he was malingering or not. Is that right? And by both, I mean you both engaged with him over a long period of time, took statements from him and evaluated, in your opinion, those statements and etc., correct?
Correct.
And you also farmed out, if you will, to a psychiatrist and a neuropsychologist and a neuropsychologist, actually, from the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo to do both psychological and neuropsychological testing for you. Is that right?
I asked for the psychological testing, including some testing specific to malingering. I don't believe I asked for the neuropsychological testing, but it was done.
Yeah, but you got the results of that.
Yes, I have.
And that was done by Dr. Rose Manguso, is that correct? The neuropsychological
among other people, yes.
And the psychological testing that you asked for was done by a doctor named Dr. Thomas Gray from Pueblo, is that right?
Yes.
And Dr. Gray administered the instruments I just named, amongst a few others, the PAI, the MMPI, and the SIRS, and I'm going to let him describe what the details of the personality testing is, but I just have a couple questions about the SIRS in particular.
Sure.
That was something that you requested, correct?
It was suggested to me, and I would have requested it anyway. It's pretty standard in a situation like this.
And what the SIRS stands for, the acronym stands for Structured Interview of Reported Symptoms.
Yes.
And that, again, is a test that's normed up statistically against the population. Is that right?
Against various populations in various contexts, yes.
And that's a test that's actually written by Dr. Richard Rogers. Is that right?
Yes. And
Dr. Rogers is a very highly regarded psychologist. Fair to say?
Very fair to say.
And that's someone that you know.
I've known him for years, yes.
And that SIRS test basically is a test of whether or not someone is malingering the symptoms. They're asked to endorse certain symptoms, and they either do or they don't. And then the test can tell through proper analysis objectively whether or not the person is feigning their symptoms.
I think it'd be more accurate to say, and I may be corrected by Dr. Rogers or Dr. Gray or somebody else, that the test attempts to gauge the probability that a person is feigning answers on that test. Not that he's feigning answers somewhere in a psychiatric interview, but that the person is taking that test accurately and honestly.
Right. So
the result that comes out, I believe, is a probability statement. Something like, this is the group in which the likelihood is high, this is a group in which the likelihood is medium, and this is a group in which the likelihood is low, or something like that.
Yeah, and we'll have the psychologist describe exactly how the statistics work.
You're exhausting my knowledge.
But suffice it to say that, like you said, the test only can evaluate the items listed in the test. It can't go out and check everything else that took place in a psychiatric interview, for example.
That's right. It uses those items to make an estimate of the way the person is answering questions at that time.
And you end up with a percentile score of where the person falls among the population.
Something like that.
Your conclusion, after employing these methods, sir, in this case, is that Mr. Holmes there is just no evidence that Mr. Holmes is malingering that you've encountered.
There at least is very little. I think the likelihood is very low. And if I might just make a quick statement about malingering, that I think, I don't know if it's relevant or not. You're speaking about malingering illness or illness symptoms. In occasional situations, there are people who wish to malinger being better than they are. They wish to try to appear better than they are. I don't think it's relevant here, but I just wanted to be complete in my answer.
Okay, so that would be understating your symptoms.
Yes.
Or hiding your symptoms, perhaps.
Yes.
You, as you sit here, cannot think of a reason that you think, let me say this, there is very little, if no, evidence that Mr. Holmes is malingering. Fair to say?
In my opinion, that's correct.
And that's also the opinion of all of the other clinicians that have evaluated him, as far as you know. Is that right?
Who have evaluated him, you're correct so far as I know.
And the opinion of Dr. Gray, after administering the SIRS, was that there is virtually no possibility that he's malingering based upon that instrument.
You'd have to ask Dr. Gray. I have his report somewhere, and I don't remember exactly what he said. It was along those lines.
Nothing that caused you any concern at all.
That's correct.
So there's certainly, you said, very little, if no, evidence that he is malingering, and there's ample evidence that he is not. Correct?
I think that's a good way to state it.
I also want to talk to you a little bit about memory, if I could.
Sure.
And the reason that I want to do that is because you came on to this, be involved in this case after some period of time had passed since the July 20th, 2012, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall when you came on board?
It was
approximately
spring of 2014, late spring of 2014, I believe.
So that's 2.5 years after the event, correct?
At least 1.5, 1.75 years.
Oh, there we go. That's why I went to law school, right? So 1.5 years when you came on board, and a little, right around 2 years when you started doing your the videotaped examination that we've just seen.
Right at 2 years later.
And you had access to a lot of information in the history, and we're going to talk about that. But all of the statements that you received from Mr. Holmes were taken after that 2-year period had elapsed, correct?
I'm trying to think if there were any quotes from prior to July 19, 2012.
Well, I'm talking specifically about things he said to you personally.
Yes, those were all 2 years and more after the fact.
Other than the things he said to you personally, you're relying on the reports of other clinicians or other witnesses or other documents that are providing you with the history information.
It's at least secondhand.
At least secondhand.
Except that, I hate to be so obsessive about it, there was a videotape when he was an adolescent that he was in. I don't think it matters to your question.
There was a videotape that we gave to you also when he was in the hospital, right?
That was well after the fact.
That was after.
I'm talking about, yes.
And I'm talking about any statements that the defendant made to you, and all of the statements that the defendant made to you.
It's all
made
2 years out.
2 years after.
Yes.
And at that point in time, he had seen Dr. Gurr, correct?
He had seen Dr. Gurr by that time, yes.
And Dr. Gurr had seen him a number of times at that point. Is that right?
I believe she'd seen him at least twice. I'm not certain. I could look at the record, but yes, she had seen him and interviewed him for, I think, a number of hours.
Okay. And she saw him, for example, December 19th of 2012.
I know she saw him soon after the event of November of 2012. As you're speaking, I believe she saw him in later December and then in January of 2013.
Saw him in January of 2013, and then she saw him in February of 2013 again. Is that right?
I imagine you're accurate. I'm just not remembering the particular chronology.
And my point is not the dates. My point is that she saw him several times before you did.
That's accurate.
He also was seen and evaluated by a psychiatrist named Dr. Jeffrey Metzner before you saw him. Is that right?
That's correct.
And we presumably will hear from Dr. Metzner at some point, too, and what his opinions are. You've had an opportunity to speak to him, is that right?
Yes, I have.
And you've had an opportunity to speak to Dr. Gurr as well, is that right?
Yes, I have.
In addition to, both of those doctors conducted clinical interviews with the defendant, with Mr. Holmes, that they, and they may have different styles than you do, but they talked about the topics, many, if not all, of the topics that you discussed with him.
Fair to say.
Also, Dr. Robert Hanlon, a neuropsychologist retained by myself, by the defense, did neuropsychological testing on Mr. Holmes, right?
Yes.
And that was before you saw him.
Yes.
And as part of that, Dr. Hanlon conducted a clinical interview with the defendant where he talked about many of the issues, probably not in as depth as the psychiatrists have, but he talked about many of the issues relevant to this case that you discussed.
As is routine, the interviews and then the testing, sure.
And it's routine for psychologists to do that. They're not going to just do the test blind. They're going to review the history like you review the history and conduct some kind of a clinical interview.
In situations like this is routine.
So in addition to Dr. Hanlon and Dr. Gurr and Dr. Metzner, and Dr. Metzner saw him a number of times, is that right?
I'm not certain how many times, but I believe you're correct.
In addition to those clinicians, we had Doctors Manguso and Gray conducted testing at Dr. Metzner's request, correct?
That's correct.
And both of them conducted clinical interviews of Mr. Holmes.
I know at least one of them did, and if you say both, I'm sure you're correct.
So suffice it to say, by the time you got the opportunity, and I'm not faulting you for this, certainly, by the time you got the opportunity to speak to him in July of 2014, he'd already been seen by several other clinicians, fair to say?
That's true.
And so the topics that you discussed with him had been discussed with him several times.
I'm sure that many of them had. I can't say that all of them had. I suspect there are a few things or some things that I asked him that others had not. But I'm sure that many other people had asked lots and lots of questions on lots and lots of topics.
Sure. Suffice it to say, there might have been questions you asked that they didn't, right?
Mm-hmm.
Might have been questions that they asked that you didn't.
Yes.
And so my question is this. You have expressed some ambivalence, let's just say, about some of the psychiatric issues in this case. And let me just point out a couple for you. You described today your feelings about the human capital delusion, I'll describe it as. And you've described that you are still a little unclear on whether you think that's really a delusion or not. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
You said that it's certainly consistent with the delusion. Many of the things he says are consistent with a delusion. Is that right?
Consistent with, meaning that it does not dissuade one from that, but in my view, does not necessarily diagnose it either.
That's a good point. And why don't we digress just a minute and talk about that? Because during the course of Mr. Brockler's examination, you many, many times used that phrase, that it was consistent with or inconsistent with the capacity to understand the difference between good and right and wrong, for example. Correct?
I probably did. And when I say consistent with, that's exactly what I mean. It doesn't define it, but it doesn't pull pull one away from it. It doesn't mean it's not inconsistent with, if that's clear.
Sure. So it's consistent with it, meaning it could indicate that. Fair to say.
With other supporting material to go along with it, it could indicate that, sure.
When we're talking about any specific statement or any specific piece of evidence, when you say, well, if he said this, that's consistent with capacity, what you're saying is that it's relevant to it, but not dispositive of it. Fair to say?
That's a good way to put it. Sometimes if I'm talking medically, I've got a stomach ache that's consistent with stomach cancer, but you don't diagnose stomach cancer just because you have a stomach ache.
Right. And having an earache could be consistent with having a sore ear, or it could be consistent with having cancer or something like that, right?
I suppose so.
So when you say that Mr. Holmes' statements or behaviors are consistent with capacity, that's exactly what you're expressing.
Anytime I use that word, that's what I'm expressing.
And when you talk about diagnoses beyond a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty, I think was the phrase, to you that means more likely than not, right?
That's what I understand the court means by that phrase, and so I adopt that. If I'm in error, somebody will correct me, but that's usually the case.
Yeah. And so that's more likely than not, it's like 51% then, right?
It can be just 51%, or it can be 96%, but it needs to be at least a little over 50%.
Now, part of the reason, if not the entire reason, that you have some ambivalence, and another issue that you said you had some ambivalence about was the paranoia issue, for example. Certainly you testified that could be consistent with someone just trying to avoid getting into trouble, right?
In other words, it wouldn't be paranoia, yes.
It also could be consistent with a paranoid delusion, fair to say?
Depending on the situation, and I'm not referring to anything specific here, yes.
And we'll talk more about what specific examples you possible paranoia, but that's an area where it could be consistent with one thing, it could be consistent with something else, and it's very difficult for you to actually pin it down.
In some cases that's true, and in some cases there are surrounding factors that do allow me to zero in a bit more in the big picture.
And in this case, you're constrained by what was available to you, the information that was available to you, in terms of the history and when you were able to actually discuss the matters with Mr. Holmes.
That's true.
And for that reason, well, let me ask you this: let's say you had all the time you wanted. Let's say you were told you can go and talk to Mr. Holmes all day, every day, for as long as you want. Do you think that would ever bring you closer to having a concrete diagnosis?
It might, and I'll tell you why. I would then be talking about a diagnosis at the time that I'm seeing him, not about the diagnosis back in July of 2012. So, given the ability to watch Mr. Holmes' course of illness or course of life over the next many years, there may be things that indicate or detract from the idea that today he has a certain diagnosis, but we're always we're not talking about going back to July 2012. In my opinion, I can't think of anything additional that we could do today that somehow takes a time machine back to then.
Okay, and I want to parse those out if I could. In terms of moving forward with a diagnosis about what his mental illness is, you testified, I think, earlier today that it's not uncommon for different clinicians to have different opinions about what the possible diagnosis might be. Is that good?
it's not uncommon, but I want to be clear, and I think it's relevant here, and it's in my report as well, that I would be surprised if different qualified clinicians, psychiatric clinicians, differed very much. I would be surprised if someone said Mr. Holmes' diagnosis is a brain tumor or Mr. Holmes' diagnosis is Alzheimer's disease. So that within, everybody's seeing roughly the same information, but seeing him at different times and maybe asking different questions and getting different answers, slightly different answers. I don't think they're markedly different. The diagnoses may differ a little, but I want to make it clear that we're all in the same, in my opinion, in the same ballpark.
And I'm going to get to that too. And what you're saying is, with regard to this case, you think the diagnoses are all really in the same ballpark. Fair to say?
If you're talking about ballpark, yes. Maybe not in the same section, but at least in the same ballpark.
And let me bounce this off you and see if this makes any sense at all. In my opening statement, I made up my own analogy, and I compared it to going to buy paint, trying to match some paint in your house. And I described for the jury going to the paint store and saying, this is some red paint I've got in my house. I need to match this red paint. I need some red. And the person who's the expert, the paint expert in that case, might say to me something like, well, that's actually more like a brick, or more like a scarlet. Do you get or a rose? Do you get my point? That those are all reds, but there are different types and variations. Is that an apt description?
I think that's a pretty good analogy. We would pretty much all probably agree that he's some shade of red. He's not yellow. But I don't want to take the analogy too far, okay? He's a human being too, and human beings are more complicated than colors.
Very much so, and we'll talk about that as well. So with regard to the moving forward and with the diagnosis, and if you had all the time in the world, you don't know. It's possible that it may turn out that you're wrong, right? And that he does have schizophrenia, correct?
Speaking in the present tense, that's accurate. I don't think that anybody can go back to 2012 and say, with authority, in my opinion, Dr. Reed is wrong, Dr. Gurr is wrong, Dr. So-and-so is wrong, because that's set in 2012 based on what was going on back then.
Right.
With that caveat, I think you're right, and I think you're right.
So then with the other part of that comment, not moving forward in terms of diagnosis, but looking back and trying to determine what was going on 2+ years ago, that's what you're saying is what you have are statements that are made 2 years later to you about an event that took place 2 years ago. Fair to say?
If they're coming from him, that's exactly right, and it's important for the jury to remember.
And you've said that a number of times to this jury, that it's very important to remember that this is 2 years later. Is it also important to remember that Mr. Holmes, when you talk to him, is in a somewhat medicated state, that he's taking antipsychotic medication?
He's taking a relatively low dose of medication, of the antipsychotic, a little medium dose of the antidepressant, but that is certainly a consideration. And he was not taking medication on the days of the shooting.
Now, is memory something? Are human beings' memories like videotape recordings? In other words, do we, when I recall something that happened in the past, am I 100% correct? Well, let's use, I may be 100% correct, but let's use other people. Is anyone 100% correct when they recall a memory?
With the exception of people who have what's called eidetic memory, people with the truly photographic memories, which are very, very rare. Memory is a dicey thing. There are lots of things that affect memory. Time is one of them. Let me just stop there.
Do memories, does the number of times you're asked to recollect something affect someone's memory, perhaps?
It can, sure.
How?
For one thing, memory is a bit fragile and malleable. And let me say at the outset, I don't purport to be a true expert in memory. I work with memory a fair amount, and I read a bit about it because it comes up in situations like this. There are true memory experts, and I'm happy to refer you to those. Having said that, I've talked so much I've forgotten the gist of your question, please.
Okay. You were saying that it's malleable, and I was asking you how.
Sure. Memory can be changed, sometimes rather easily, by the person's accepting something false as if it were true about the past. One example of that, I'll take it one end of the spectrum, is when someone is hypnotized. You can very easily and sometimes accidentally insert a memory of something that is a true memory, but not accurate with regard to the past. If we take that out of the area of hypnosis into the area of simply paying a lot of attention or believing what someone says, or even wishing really, really hard, and over time, finally, it becomes part of your memory. What I'm trying to convey, and not necessarily about Mr. Holmes, what I'm trying to convey is that memory is not like a videotape. It is not something where you can go in and put a little electrode on this part of the brain and get an accurate memory. What it is what the person recalls as accurate, and it may or may not be accurate.
And you've spoken to me about this when I asked you to explain the 2 years, and I didn't dream this up. I'm getting this from you. Is that right?
We've spoken before, and I think we've spoken about memory.
And probably every time that someone remembers something, it might change a little bit. Fair to say?
It may change a little bit. You say it some way, and you hear yourself say it. And gosh, the fish gets bigger, or the stream gets faster, or something like that. Bear in mind, I'm speaking generically and not about any particular situation.
Right. We're not specifically talking about Mr. Holmes. We're talking about every human being that's alive, right?
Except for those with eidetic memory, yes.
And the number of times that if it's malleable and can change when you're asked to recollect it, then the number of times you're asked to recollect it can affect that. True?
It may affect it. It doesn't always, but it may affect it.
Now, memories, and I'm going to ask you to explain this, I guess, but memories, human memory also tries to make sense of things so that there's less anxiety and confusion, right? Human beings don't like anxiety and confusion, right?
That's right.
And so when we remember things, we very often can confabulate in order to make it less anxious or confusing to us.
That's an accurate statement, and I want to convey that this is an unconscious process. It's not something that something does on purpose. Our psyches don't get along well with unsettling things and certain strong emotions or things that cause us anxiety, as you pointed out. And I think we all, in one way or another, in some way create our past, so that even though we may remember it as a bad past, it's something we can live with.
Now, Mr. Holmes, in recollecting things to you, well, the fact that he's not denying playing a role in the shootings is significant to you, right?
I think that's significant.
And the bottom line is that it's important to note that Mr. Holmes, in the videotapes, is being asked to remember how he was thinking some 2 years ago when he wasn't medicated as he is now.
And various other things have happened also in the interim. You're correct.
Now, you asked Mr. Holmes about when he was arrested. And and when he went to court the first time. And he indicated that he didn't have a lot of memory about that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your opinion is that the way it comes out with Mr. Holmes is the way that people generally describe things to other people over the years.
I'm not sure I understand.
I'll strike the question. You point that out to him in the video interview on page 269 of the transcript, and you're welcome to look at that if you want. I have a copy for you. But during that exchange, you point out to him that you say we should remind people and whoever watches the video that we're talking about something that happened 2 years ago, comma, when you were in a very different state of mind than you are today. Correct?
I recall saying something like that, yes.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about that state of mind briefly here, the time that I have left this afternoon. Your opinion here is that, well, let's go into, there's some variation, as you said, in the different diagnoses that the clinicians, the examining psychiatrists have given to Mr. Holmes. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
You've diagnosed him with a schizotypal personality disorder and possible delusional disorder, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Metzner, who's another court expert, diagnosed him with a schizoaffective disorder.
I believe you're correct.
And Dr. Gurr, defense expert, had diagnosed him with a schizophrenia, correct?
That's correct.
And when you describe these all being red, to use my analogy, what you're referring to is that these are all disorders, mental illnesses, that fall within what's called the schizophrenia spectrum of disorders under the DSM-5.
Yes, psychiatry in general and psychology, clinical psychology in general, and the DSM-5, keep these things in the same section. They speak of them as related, not necessarily on a continuum, but in the same general area. They're mentioned in the same section. The criteria for schizotypal personality are in another section, but the mention of schizotypal personality is in the same section as schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, and some other disorders that are all serious.
And you said, I think you just said about 10, 15 minutes ago that we have to bear in mind that all of the clinicians saw the same person, the same James Holmes, maybe at different times and with different degrees of memory or not, but it's the same person, correct?
They all saw him well after the event. All the people you just described saw him well after the event. Dr. Fenton, Dr. Feinstein, I don't think you mentioned they're a little different, but saw him after the event. It's a little like the old proverb, you never step into the same river. It grossly is the same river, but it has different characteristics at those times, sure.
Now, Dr. Woodcock, who's a defense psychiatrist and neurologist, actually saw Mr. Holmes just a few days after the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, he's the only clinician, other than Dr. Fenton and Feinstein and Roth, who saw him in an unmedicated state. Fair?
Unless Dr. Sather did, but in general, you're correct. I'll stand corrected if Dr. Sather did.
And Dr. Sather, so that we know, is the psychiatrist who's assigned to treat people in the jail. Is that right?
One of them, yes.
He didn't evaluate Mr. Holmes, or his purpose was just to manage his care.
That's my general understanding.
He didn't render any opinions about the diagnosis or the...
I don't believe so. Are you referring to Dr. Sather or Dr. Mosier because he was also involved with the jail?
Right. Maybe I'm confused. One of them's a psychologist and one's a psychiatrist, but they both work at the jail. Fair to say?
I believe Dr. Sather is a psychologist. I can stand corrected. I know that Dr. Mosier is a psychiatrist.
I think you're right. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. And you even state, and you said this before, that, and you say this in your report, that it may turn out that the diagnosis is in fact schizophrenia in the end. And if that's the case, what you're describing would be the prodromal period of that.
If he is clearly schizophrenic today or sometime in the future, then my diagnosis would have to do with, very likely, a prodromal or a pre-version of that, whether you call it schizotypal personality or whether you call it pre-schizophrenia.
That wouldn't be a tremendous surprise to you if that were to happen.
No.
So you don't describe any disagreements that you would have with Dr. Gurr or Dr. Metzner as being like a knockdown, drag-out fight over the diagnosis. You're all in the same area.
I think we might have vigorous discussions about pieces of that. I don't want to say that we're that close, and we're all friendly, I'm sure. But to me, it's not a knockdown, drag-out fight.
And I'll talk to you about how important it is to you two. But when we talk about all of you describing the same guy with the same problems, not everyone's individual disease is the same. Is that fair to say? Like, so not every person who's diagnosed with schizophrenia is exactly the same as everyone else who's a schizophrenic.
Everybody's different.
Everyone has their own idiosyncrasies. Fair
to say.
And the fact that a small percentage of people that have serious mental illnesses are involved in crimes or violence doesn't really mean anything one way or another, because it depends on what the nature of their illness is.
That's a good point, and I'll just say gratuitously that it is a small percentage. With the exception of substance abuse, it generally is about the same as the general population. And you're correct.
With regard to Mr. Holmes, you think that probably you and the other clinicians agree on about 90% of the clinical aspects of Mr. Holmes' life before and after this event.
If I use the word 90 or phrase 90% somewhere, I'll stand by it. I'm not prepared actually to quantify it, but something like that.
There's no question in your mind that Mr. Holmes, at the time of this crime, and today, has a severe and chronic mental illness.
That's a true statement.
And that mental illness affects the way that he thinks and the way that he acts. Correct?
Correct.
It affects the way he thinks and acts now, and it affected the way he thinks, thought, and act on the 20th of July, 2012.
That's a reasonable statement.
Substantial mental illness existed, and it affected his thinking as led up to the events of the shooting. Correct?
Sounds like you're reading from my report, and if you are, and I said it, I'll stand by it.
It's your opinion. In fact, may I have a moment, Judge?
You may.
It's your opinion, then, and you're aware that and we may go through this a little bit again tomorrow, but you're aware that in Colorado, the test for insanity has what I'm going to call two prongs, I guess. And the first prong is, if you'll bear with me, whether or not the existence of a mental disease or defect. Correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
In order to even have a claim of insanity, the first step is that the person has to have a mental disease or defect. correct?
Yes.
And then the second step has to do with the capacity to either distinguish between right or wrong, or the capacity to form the required mental state of the elements of the crime, right?
That's my non-lawyer understanding, yes.
And just to knock it down real simply, your opinion is that prong 1 has been met, but prong 2 has not.
That's fair to say.
And given the constraints that we've described already, being the passage of time, the events, memory, you don't really think that it's possible at this time to render a more solid diagnosis than what you have, correct?
That's true if I understand you correctly. The way I framed my diagnosis, and I'll go back and just simply read the way I said it. At the time of the July 20, 2012 shootings, the most reasonable diagnostic consideration would have been, and that's of course in my opinion, that doesn't say it's a lead pipe cinch. But to me, that's the most reasonable diagnosis.
And you don't feel like you can get any closer based on the information that you have?
I don't believe I can. I could sit in a room with lots of psychiatrists and we could hash it over. And I'm not too rigid, I hope. But I don't think I can get any closer than that.
Part of the reason that you gave a diagnosis is that you were asked to do so by the court.
That's correct.
But in your mind, it's almost less of an important consideration than the capability part, right?
It's not just almost less. In my view, it is less a consideration, substantially less than the capability part.
Because you've already determined that he meets prong 1, so the question then is, does he meet prong 2 or not, right?
That's my understanding of the question.
And your job, if you will, is to answer the questions that are put before you, right?
Best I can, yes.
There are a lot of questions about this case that are unanswered, right? There are a lot of questions about Mr. Holmes' mental illness that are unanswered.
There are many that are answered pretty well to my satisfaction. There are others that are not answered because he's a human being.
And you focus on the things that are important for your determination.
For my determination, which I view in one sense as relatively simple, in another sense as pretty complicated.
Complicated because human beings are complicated, right?
Because all of the things that I need to consider to go into an opinion about that capacity need to be clear to me before I will offer an opinion about that capacity.
And you're careful.
Yes.
And you're not going to overstep what you believe are the appropriate diagnosis.
Diagnoses are...
You're not going to diagnose something as 100% concrete when you don't think that it necessarily is.
Yes, I try very hard not to either overdiagnose or underdiagnose.
And in the context of conducting this examination that you conducted for the court, you're not Mr. Holmes' doctor, right?
That's correct.
And you explained that to him.
I did.
You're here to fill a limited role.
That's correct.
You're not here to explore and explain every aspect of his illness ad nauseum, correct?
Unless it's relevant to the task that the court put to me, the answer is correct.
And that was the nature of my question. I appreciate that. You're not trying to treat Mr. Holmes.
No.
You did what you did in order to answer the questions that you were asked to answer.
Yes.
You were asked some questions about you worked on other cases in the past, and I think you said that you'd been retained by defense lawyers most of the time. Is that fair?
In criminal matters, that's fair.
And I think you said that was in like 12 out of the 15 cases you testified in, or something like that.
Of the ones that have come to testimony, and it gets a little bit mathematical here, of the cases that have been heard somehow in court, I think 12 of those out of the 13 or 14 I've been retained by defense. Let me make one little explanation again, because I'm kind of obsessive. One of those cases has had 3 or 4 hearings through the years for various purposes. And so that would, I may, in the list that you're looking at, count that as 3 or 4, but they're the same case. Part of the point is, in the past, I've been retained by prosecution in a case that went to criminal trial 1 time. Been retained by the judge, including this one, 2 times.
So one other time?
One other, that's correct. And the other times by defense.
Well, let's talk a little bit about how that works. Does that affect the way you approach your work? Who you're retained by?
No, I try very hard not to make it affect my work. Try to do an honest, objective job. And for that reason, sometimes I'm retained by one side or the other, and they don't ask me to come testify because my testimony is not going to help.
There was some talk about, in your direct examination, about the defense hand-picked experts. Are you aware of any other way to pick an expert to work in a case other than hand-picking them yourself? I mean, in the cases you worked on as a defense expert or as a prosecution expert, were you picked by the lawyers?
Sure, I would expect that lawyers for either side, in a criminal or civil matter, would choose carefully the experts they want to work with.
Just as someone would choose carefully the doctors that were going to do something to themselves or do something to someone, anything that's important. You would want to think about who you pick.
Not a bad analogy.
When you're retained by the court, like in this case, you often get your marching orders from the judge, right?
Yes.
And that's what happened here.
Yes.
And normally they come in the form of some court order or fiat from the judge or something like that.
The judge usually describes, and I haven't had any contact with Judge Seymour, hope I'm pronouncing the name right, but one way or another, orders came to me. Here's the situation. Here are the questions I would like for you to answer. And those are my marching orders.
I'm not sure if you pronounced it correctly. You did pronounce it without an accent, though. So he's a first, which is... In Colorado, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but if you do, in Colorado, those questions that are asked, that you were asked to answer by the judge, are set forth in a statute. Did you know that?
I would expect them to be, yeah.
And the questions you were asked to determine were diagnosis and the issue of sanity, whether or not the person had a mental disease or defect, and whether that mental disease or defect rose to the level where they were rendered incapable of distinguishing between the ability to tell right from wrong or incapable of forming the required mental state, which in this case is intentional with regard to the murder and knowingly with regard to the incendiary devices, correct?
Those were the 2 main questions that I was asked to address.
Now, when you're retained, and you were in this case, and tell me if this was true in the other case where you were retained by the court, you're very often, or most often, asked to do a full-blown forensic evaluation along the lines of what you did in this case, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you're retained by a party, by the prosecution or the defense, that may not always be the case, right?
I suppose, but in my practice, I can't think of a situation where I would accept a situation in which I wasn't allowed to do the kind of evaluation I thought was correct, unless the question asked was narrower.
There you go. Have you been retained to be a consultant before?
Yes.
To one side or another?
Yes.
And in that kind of situation, you wouldn't do an evaluation at all necessarily, right? You just review the history and consult with the attorneys?
It depends on what I'm a consultant for. Sometimes it involves evaluations, in-person evaluations. Sometimes it involves other things.
And as you just aptly pointed out, and I thank you for it, depending on the questions presented or the questions asked of you, it may require a different type of evaluation.
It's conceivable. For example, I'm thinking of a matter in which there was a question about whether a psychiatrist on the other side had done an adequate job, and that was the only reason I was asked to participate in the case. But in general, I think it's fair to say when I'm retained by the judge, by the prosecution, and by the defense, I try very hard to do the same quality of job, to ask for the same materials, and to expect getting the same materials that you guys call discovery, things like that.
So, what you're saying is when you are retained by the defense or the prosecution, you don't automatically say what they want to hear, do you?
No.
Would that make you useless as an expert if you just say what everyone wants to hear?
We in the business call that being a hired gun. There are less attractive phrases for it too, and we avoid it like the plague.
Have you ever been in a situation where your role in a case changed? Where you were, for example, retained to be a consultant and somewhere along the line the lawyers asked you to do something else, to evaluate another doctor's opinion, for example, or to review history in the case and render an opinion about a discrete issue, something along those lines. I think we have an objection.
Object to relevances to this.
Overruled.
Generally speaking, and my memory may not be terribly accurate with this, if I'm initially retained as a consultant, and there's a difference in definitions here. A forensic psychiatrist or other forensic professional retained as a consultant, as I understand it, is not destined to offer opinions to the court. The latter is someone who's retained as what I usually call an expert. In my experience, in my opinion, once I come into a case as a consultant, it would often be inappropriate for me to then become a testifying expert, because I may have done things more related to the side that retained me. As a consultant, I may not necessarily feel the same objectivity to the court as I do if I'm a testifying expert. I hope that's clear.
Sure. But nevertheless, as a consultant, you're not rendering any opinions in court, right? You're not affecting the outcome of the case other than advising the attorneys.
The way I'm thinking of the term, you're correct.
And so, but if you're retained by the defense or by the prosecution to do an evaluation like you did here today, to evaluate someone's sanity and render a diagnosis, you would do it the same way you did this examination, correct?
I would try very hard to do that, and the answer is yes.
And you would do it to the best of your ability without letting any bias affect your work, correct?
That's correct.
And you take that responsibility very seriously, and you would expect other clinicians to do the same if they're not a hired gun.
Yes, I do. Nobody's perfect, by the way. If bias creeps in, we try very hard to avoid that. But that's our aim, and usually we come darn close.
And the fact that there is some small disagreement of diagnosis in this case doesn't lead you to question that someone is a hired gun or not being forthright in their opinions.
The people that you've mentioned, I have as I sit here, no qualms about their ethics and their intentions.
I see the judge looking at the clock, sir, so I'm going to try to break here. But before I do, if I could ask 2 more questions, Your Honor. You may. To sum up, the bottom line for today, sir, with regard to the prong 1, prong 2 analysis is that you feel prong 1 is met and prong 2 is not, correct?
Yes. Sustained.
And the question is not, did the mental illness affect Mr. Holmes' thinking on July 20th, but to what extent did it affect his thinking and functioning, correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And it's your opinion, sir, that absent his mental condition, we wouldn't be here at all, would we?
That's a true statement.
This crime would never have taken place without this mental illness.
That's true. In my opinion, yes.
Thank you. I have no questions today. This is a good place to break, Judge.
Yes, thank you. All right, members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our break for the day. We are going to adjourn. And so please make sure you keep in mind all of my advisements related to your conduct when you're not here in the courtroom. Before you leave, I want to remind you that the court has admitted the testimony of Dr. Reed only for a limited purpose. You may consider his testimony only as to the issues that are raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this testimony for any other purpose. All right, have a good evening, folks. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Is there anything we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the people?
Your Honor, I just want to make sure I remembered the schedule for tomorrow correctly. I couldn't remember if you said we were breaking at 1 o'clock or 1:15 and going to 3 o'clock or 3:15. If you could just help me with that, Your Honor. I seem to have forgotten the exact times.
1:15 to 3:15 will be for lunch, and then we're going to go through until 5:30.
Thank you, and I don't know if the defense has had a chance to look at these emails or if this would be a good time to do that. I can stay if you wanted to do that now.
Okay, let me ask Ms. Spengler. Ms. Spengler, have you had an opportunity to do that? If you would go to the microphone, please. Or give her the microphone either way, I'm sorry.
If I could try to get that still.
Step down. You may step down. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow, doctor. Thank you. Ms. Spengler?
I have not had the opportunity to get through all of the emails in order to raise the objections.
Okay. I'll give you until tomorrow if you can. Are they going to come up tomorrow?
Well, that's one of the reasons I wanted to do this today. It sort of depends on how long Mr. King takes tomorrow.
Okay.
I have a feeling based on what he said, probably not. But, I know Your Honor doesn't want us to waste the jury's time without having witnesses. So this may be something we would want to do tomorrow depending how much time we have.
Okay. Ms. Spengler, are you able to do it overnight?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll chat about it tomorrow. Anything else on behalf of the people?
I don't think so, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, what about on behalf of the defense? Do you have anything, Mr. King?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. See you tomorrow. The court will be in recess.
Drive.